the submission hearings on the Ashburton Airport. Just before we start though, we have a new staff member in the chamber, and I'd ask Jane if she would like to introduce that person.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd just like to introduce Tayaba Latif. Tayaba is our new policy advisor in Tony Durham's team.
Welcome, nice to see you, thank you. Right, we'll begin the submissions. Richard is playing nursemaid there to the mayor, I see. I hope you didn't ruin my laptop. So we'll get underway, and just a friendly reminder to the council laws, as always, this is not a debating session. This is a listening to submitters and a questioning session. So we will do the deliberations and the arguments later on. So if you can just remember that. And the first person to present their submission is Greg Martin. Greg, if you'd just like to press the button and turn the light on, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I'd just come and submit very quickly on my submissions, because the main element of my feelings about the development of the Ashburton airfield is quite an emotive one, and I guess it sort of gets summarised in the kind of phrase, you know, what's the value of a view, and it's one of the things that I think is particularly special about the Ashburton airfield, in the sense that it's a fantastic open space, and as you approach the airfield down Seafield, notwithstanding one hangar, which I think is unfortunate, but you have a fantastic view across the airfield, and then when you're at the kind of development end of the airfield and the clubhouse and the hangars, you have this spectacular view over the airfield towards the Alps. And I think that any development, and I think it's a good idea to continue considering developing the airfield. It's a fantastic asset of the community, but I think the development of the airfield sort of ideally needs to take into account that you know the view and the vista and the open space is, you know, something that's kind of difficult to quantify from an economic point of view, but is something that's quite special, and I think the hazard is that potentially with development you could end up with just another kind of light industrial, and aircraft hangars are probably as close to, you know, if you're looking at what kind of buildings they are, they're light industrial buildings, so you could end up with another light industrial sort of business estate, and lose the spectacular views, and therefore, yeah, I think that development should all be, if possible, kind of undertaken at the end of the airfield where the existing hangars are. And I think it's probably related to that is kind of, you know, there's some discussion about sort of residential hangars, and I think that, you know, as somebody who might be tempted to buy one of those one day, you know, part of the reason about one of the fun of being at the airfield is the kind of buzz of being, you know, having your breakfast and a cup of coffee and somebody's taxing out, you know, or taxing back, and therefore it kind of makes sense not only from a view preservation point of view, but also from a, you know, why would you want to have a residential apartment above a hangar point of view? You know, you want to be part of it, you want to be part of the buzz, you want to be part of that community, and therefore keeping the development down the end of the airfield where the current development has happened, it kind of makes sense from that point of view as well. It also allows for kind of infrastructure upgrades, which I think I mentioned in my submissions as well, which I think are also going to be necessary. The third point I think I raised in my submissions was in relation to land tenure, and I'm not sure how achievable it would be to kind of release titles that you know kind of allow for a higher level of ownership than just a leasehold interest. And I think potentially in terms of sort of really serious both residential / commercial development, probably it probably will be necessary to look at kind of releasing land as fee simple or unit title development, allowing people to own titles out there. But my main concern is if possible to retain the magnificent vista, and it is spectacular. On a kind of Saturday morning, you're down there and you're looking over the airfield, and the birds are singing, and the Alps is in the distance. It's magnificent, and you know, we don't have hills in Ashburton, so we don't get views easy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Greg. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Falloon.
Thank you for your submission. I can understand why you're against the commercial hangar development down Seafield Road, but what about the commercial hangar development down the end of Murdoch's Road, round the corner from where the proposed hangar homes is going to be? Would you have any objection to that?
No, I think that's probably less impactful and less. Yeah, it's going to have less of an impact on the idea of the view. If you've got everything sort of over to the right, you know, there's obviously some land over that side. But I think that, you know, yeah.
Thank you. Any other councillors with any questions? Well, thank you, Greg. Thank you for your time. As submitters will realise, we will be deliberating on all these later on in the day. So thank you for that, Greg. And
minutes, please. Okay. It's really hard to sit to watch people here from where we are sitting. So shift that.
we've got the furniture arranged to Councillor Braham's satisfaction now, so
What's yours?
thanks for that. Les Vincent is next submitter.
Thank you.
Just press that button. That's the one. Yep. You can take your finger off it. Oh no, you've got to press the right hand. There you're right.
Yeah, good point. As one who's hard of hearing, I see a little sense in the councillors having a microphone in front of them, but not close enough to pick up the sound that we need to hear.
Here.
The submission that I lodged pretty much articulates, I think, the issues of runway and taxiway serviceability, durability, and capacity of movements. I here now voice my most serious and far-reaching concern, that of safety. The very fact that planners can even think of combining a parachute operation with a flight school, giving a sum of aircraft movements of between 130 and 150 per day, shows a limited knowledge of the practicality and inherent safety issues involved. There are procedural requirements within the parachute operations that simply aren't compatible with the procedural requirements of a flight school. For instance, at parachuting airfields, overhead joins are either discouraged or disallowed. Overhead joining is a widely used safe means for trainee pilots to join an airfield circuit, and as such is an integral part of the flight training curriculum that any aircraft training facility would use. Once skydivers have exited their aircraft, their movements in the air take precedence over all other traffic above the field. Add to the above fact that an instrument approach facility in the form of RNAV, with its huge safety and operational implications, is also being considered, can be summed up in just one word, I think: irresponsible. You might think that's a bold word, but when you're dealing with the lives of people, I think it assumes a more appropriate role. Ashburton District Council has shown itself as being supportive of sensible airfield development to this stage. Its push to impose the flight school and RNAV initiatives will, in my considered opinion, undermine the long-standing goodwill that the airfield operator has enjoyed with the faithful, well-intentioned, safety conscious, current users and tenants. To bring a flight school and or RNAV and mix one or both of these with parachuting will seriously compromise operational practicality and safety, not to mention the destruction of the existing goodwill of those the council serves. I regard the hangar home and commercial hangar initiatives with favour. These are, in my view, a passive means of improving revenue flow without compromising the structural integrity of the airfield or safety, both on the ground and above. However, it can be expected that the very presence of a flight school and or RNAV will weaken demand for hangar homes due to the noise and traffic congestions that these initiatives will bring. I vigorously urge the Ashburton District Council to support the passive initiatives, accept the fact that a large proportion of development plan submitters showed support for some ratepayer contribution towards the airport, and reject those initiatives stacked with noise promoting, surface damaging and compromised safety. And I come to you as Leslie Vincent, hangar owner, flight instructor and an authorised flight testing officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. Councillors, any question? Councillor Lovett.
I was just going to ask a question. We've had parachuting and aerobatics happening at the airport in the last few years with a local flight school. Have there been complications there in the past, or has everyone been working together for everyone's safety?
There has been complications. To answer the question directly, there were difficulties involved and there were risks enhanced. However, the flight schools that you were talking about of that time aren't anything like the flight school that we're talking about now. We're talking about big numbers and daytime and nighttime activity. A feature of the flight school that's applied to come to Ashburton is that all of their trainees, huge numbers of them, are from other countries. So that brings with it a complication of understanding the important position reporting and the likes that comes of flying generally. And I can't say that this would be isolated to Ashburton, because if they don't train at Ashburton, they'll be training somewhere else. But at least it protects the people who are operating within the local community or airspace.
Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Les, if you increase the activity of the flit landings and takeoffs by whoever, from what you've got today to a higher amount, at what stage does the grass runway become unfit for purpose and you need to do something else? And I'm thinking sealing it, but there might be other methods you could do. How many movements would it take to go to the next level?
I don't know the answer to that, but we're pretty much on it now. They're a club. The people who are maintaining the field at the moment are on the edge of the runway's ability to sustain the amount of activity that they now endure.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Just one question, Les. You will be aware that we've had many submissions regarding the proposed flight school. What, if any, contact have you had with CAA along that lines, and if so, what sort of response have you had from CAA?
I haven't had any direct contact with CAA on this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you for your report. Just my question is, are you aware of any other airfields similar to ours with the grass, and that would have a skydiving facility and a training facility? Are there any others in?
No, I do not. And when I wrote my notes, I stated that there isn't a single airfield in the country that has a commercial flight school combined with a commercial parachute operation. and my friend Joe pointed out the error. Motueka does have both. I would say that the flight school isn't as big, and the parachute operation isn't as big either. And they have a very good internal communication system that is the envy of other unattended airfields.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Les, what is an RNF? I've got a bike, and never been in a small plane. Well, I've been in small planes, but I don't know how it works. So what is RNF? Why don't you like it? And what is it?
RNAV is just one of a group of what we could collectively call instrument approaches, which allows an aircraft to approach or depart an airfield under instrument meteorological conditions, which means that they're in the clouds, so they don't see the ground until they come to a point where there is a stated height above the ground that they must be able to see the ground, and then they go away. RNAV is the most modern of the instrument approach systems. It's a very good system because it comes fully embodied in the aircraft involved, so that the airfield doesn't need an installation such as we had when we had another instrument approach known as a non-directional beacon, which involved two big aerials and a wire strung between them, which could have been seen in a way as a bit of a hazard. There is no maintenance or anything because those who are using an RNAV approach, and RNAV simply means area navigation, they use an RNAV approach. Those that use an RNAV approach have the equipment in their aircraft. So setting an RNAV up is a minor task in that it's just a case of promulgating the details and operational procedures of the approach, and the users bring the equipment with them.
Okay. Could I just clarification if I can? So you can't have those two next to each other? Say the system you use now, that works, but you just told me that RNF is a real safe one. Can you work those two together or not? Or if you only can have one?
I think what you're getting at is, I understand it, is that yes, it could work, but there will be a huge increase. If we're just isolating RNAV, there will be a huge increase in traffic.
Okay.
Because these big flight schools, one in just around us, one in Christchurch, one in Oamaru, and one in Dunedin, they have been chased out of the big controlled airfields because those big controlled airfields are bothered with scheduling their airline traffic, and they exclude these little training aircraft by imposing a speed restriction on the approach, so that the aircraft, Auckland, for instance, has a speed limit of 150 knots, meaning if you can't maintain 150 knots down the approach, you can't come to Auckland. Christchurch and the others have at this stage 140, and that means that all training aircraft pretty much are excluded from the big fields. So that has set the big flight schools scrambling for unattended fields such as Ashburton.
Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your submission. I've read it a few times. I have a question around safety. I think everybody in the room puts safety as paramount, and that's the first thing. And we're talking about an extra 42 vehicle movements, or whatever the equivalent is in airplane movements, a day up and down. What does anybody document near misses, or do we have any information on what the maximum safe amount is, or have we had any near miss type accidents? Like if we had the flight school without I understand the parachuting and the flight school aren't a good mix. If you had the flight school only, how would that impact on the current usage of the airport with regards to safety?
I'd like to make the point straight out that the 42 movements 42 flights spoken of in the document means 84 movements, because an aeroplane moves twice to make one flight.
Yep.
So that's 84 movements a day. When we had the parachute operation here, we did have a few incidents, and Civil Aviation has all that recorded, and I think the Ashburton District Council does too, because they were supposed to have been reported, but the parachute operator that we had wasn't right up there with their bookwork. A flight school will add to the risk of safety in that, A, they don't speak clear English. Commercial pilots are a bit notorious because they've just graduated, so to speak, and they think, well, here I am and I can talk quickly now, and if you're talking quickly with an Indian accent, it's not good. Pilots use the knowledge that they gain over the radio for situational awareness or crash separation, if you like. With a flight school, there will always, with young, and bear in mind, this flight school starts people from scratch. Some of them are taught to drive when they come to New Zealand. Okay. The risk profile will be heightened, unquestionably, not to mention the traffic.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Leslie, what's the area of Motueka compared with Ashburton? Is Motueka smaller or bigger in land area?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Somebody says it's smaller.
It's a lot smaller.
It's a lot smaller. Okay. Thank you for that. The other question I have, Mr. Chair, if I'm allowed, Leslie, what other revenue procedures or operations could the ADC operate at the airport if they wanted to increase the revenue other than rates?
Hang on, I didn't get that.
Okay. Can I try again, Mr. Chair?
Councillor Mackay, I think we need to stick to the submission made by Mr. Vincent.
Okay.
And,
My submission was based principally around the safety and degradation of the surface.
Okay, thank you. I thought I heard rates in his verbal submission, that's why I was trying to clarify, but I'll leave it, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Are there any other questions from councillors? Well, thank you, Les. We have listened with interest and we'll take all those things on board. And the next submitter is Graham Closey - Joe Brown. So there's Joe. Yes, you're good to go. Press the right hand button. That's the story.
Cool. Okay, so thanks for the time to allow us to speak to our submission. I'm Graham Closey. I'm the current president of the Mid-Canterbury Aero Club. So at Mid-Canterbury Aero Club, we're one of the main users of the airport, and we have a significant interest in this plan, obviously. At Mid-Canterbury Aero Club, we're a non-profit organisation providing opportunities for people of all ages and experience to experience aviation, essentially. We consider ourselves to be a community orientated, and there's nothing that we like to see more than when the Ashburton public is out watching from the roadsides and our car park when we hold one of our many events throughout the year. It needs to be said that much of the credit for the vibrancy and the activity goes to the Aviation Museum, who also hosts many events at the field and provide an outstanding museum. As you're aware, we recently located our ice site and repurposed it as our club rooms nearly 2 years ago. This provides us with a unique opportunity to continue to engage strongly with the aviation community by being able to host events that benefit us, provide free entertainment to the wider Ashburton community. On top of this, the new building provides a strong base for professional flight instruction for anyone in the Ashburton district. We also attract students from outside the area, such as Christchurch, who are drawn to our quiet airport for safe and professional instruction. Hosting an aviation event isn't a simple process. On top of the usual problems faced by any event, we have CAA and a large health and safety burden to contend with. And this occurs when you strap a piece of metal to an engine spinning at 2,000 RPM, flying around the sky, trying to land in the same piece of dirt at the same time. As the Ashburton Airport is a quiet airfield, the risks associated somewhat are more easily managed as opposed to a busy airfield. This has the effect of making Ashburton Airport a much more desirable location to hold such events, as opposed to somewhere which is much busier. As these events are organised mostly by volunteers, if the Ashburton Airport becomes as busy as suggested by the proposed flight school, many of these events will become too hard from a compliance standpoint or simply unsafe to host at Ashburton. We'd like to suggest the council really decide what they want from the Ashburton Airport. Do we want an airport that is in harmony with the community, or with an airport that complies to the need of an outside organisation such as the flight school catering to overseas pilots? Our next issue would, along with that, the next issue would raise would be the noise of the extra movements. It is in our experience that when there is one bad operator based at the airport that doesn't have management of noise over the town in mind, we're all tarred with the same brush. Essentially, the whole airport gets tarred. The best example would be the skydiving operation that was operating earlier, a couple of years ago. While we contend they were a safe operation, their thoughtfulness and flight paths and noise and consideration of noise wasn't the best. We received phone calls and complaints from them thinking it was us that could fix it, and in turn it's not. We're only a small operator on the field. The addition of 42 extra flights a day, as proposed by the flight school, is going to cause untold noise problems to residents close to the airport. This would bring me on to the commercial precinct. We're supportive of the location, as it does seem like a logical location. However, we note the concern of neighbouring residents regarding traffic and noise. We recognise there has been some suggestion to a shift of the commercial precinct to another location. If this does change, we'd like to be consulted so we can advise of any unforeseen problems with the new location. And rates, our only statement on rates, as the airport is a strategic reserve for the Ashburton area, we think 60% rate funding is fair. One doesn't have to think very hard about the value of the airport if there was such a natural disaster where the bridges were taken out, such as last year. However, we're supportive if the council wishes to increase usage of the land to increase revenue. We wish for council to be mindful of the fact that with increased traffic comes increased revenue. However, as we are a grass airport, the cost of fixing damage to the ground will increase significantly with the wear of the grass. Mid-Canterbury Road Club holds the contract for mowing and maintenance of the airport, and we're anticipating that already we have to close taxiways to maintain their quality, to stop aircraft going over a particular area. And with the increase in traffic, that's only going to get much worse. And finally, safety is at the heart of all we do. Please recognise, probably in this case, that sometimes more aircraft is not particularly going to be better. I'd probably like to hand over to Joe if he'd like to do his part.
Yep. Switch your light on, Joe. Thank you.
Perfect. Alrighty, so first of all, thank you for providing the opportunity to speak at this hearing. My name is Joseph Brown. I'm speaking in the capacity of Chief Flying Instructor at the Ashburton Airfield. My role requires that I consider operational and safety aspects which affect aviation both on the ground and in the air. I'm employed by the Mid-Canterbury Aero Club and am responsible to the public through the requirements of the Civil Aviation Act 1990 and the Civil Aviation Rules. And I'm morally obligated to make decisions for the betterment of the aviation and local communities. Due to the nature of my role, I maintain a good professional and personal relationship with the Civil Aviation Authority, air traffic controllers, safety advisors, and senior persons in many of South Island's airfields and aviation organisations. In keeping with industry standards, I tend to be the first point of contact for operational considerations at the Ashburton airfield and tend to be held accountable by the aviation community for the continued safety of the local aviation environment. It is from this responsibility that I'm speaking my concerns regarding the current iteration of the Ashburton District Council's draft plan for the airfield. In regards to the hangar precincts, aware of the other concerns around positioning due to views, etc. I'm somewhat of that opinion, but for the purposes of operation and safety, I think the current proposed areas make sense for many reasons. However, I do have concerns for the condition of the runways and taxiways as mentioned before. Especially vulnerable is the southeast corner of the field near the intersection of Milton Road and Houghton's Road, which is near the commercial or proposed commercial precinct. During some summers, a portion of this area has been closed due to excessive wear and has on occasion needed to be repaired or direct drilled. I predict that with commercial levels of aircraft movement from the proposed commercial precinct, the current surface will require regular respite by way of closure, or that substantial and costly upgrades would be required, such as sealing of runways, taxiways, etc. For the infrastructure considerations, with current movements at the airfield, and my best guess is approximately 10 to 12,000 annually, the airfield at times barely copes with wear and tear, even with preventative measures, such as the application of fertilisers and spreading of wear by not using the same areas constantly. The Council has proposed in their draft plan to ensure the scale and intensity of activity is right for an uncontrolled airport. The type of activities and the number of movements expected by those proposed activities are not by any means lacking in scale or intensity. Based on the proposed activities in the draft plan, the number of annual movements at the field by 2025 would be at least 10,000 more than Dunedin Airport's pre-COVID annual movements, and about a half of Christchurch International's airport pre-COVID annual movements. The number of movements alone, which is nearly 5 times our current, would trigger, at the discretion of the Civil Aviation Director, a requirement for Ashburton Airfield to become a Part 139 qualifying aerodrome at the cost of the airport owner. For commercial operators, I support in principle the establishment of commercial operators at the field. However, the operational capability and recommended procedures of the field and surrounding area are not compatible with the proposed activities. The level of risk in the Mid-Canterbury aviation environment would be multiplied perhaps tenfold if the proposed operations were to come into effect, and I predict at least one accident would occur within 2 years from the time the proposed changes come into effect. A large-scale, internationally dependent flight training organisation would not be compatible with the other proposed operations and hangar homes. In addition, a school, such as suggested in the draft plan, would have upon it the demands of overseas corporations, which would cause it to put other priorities above community and safety. And this has already been demonstrated by a recently established large-scale flight training organisation within the South Island. In summary, I support the Council's initiative to develop the airfield, but as an aviator familiar with aviation risks, policies and procedures, I cannot support the current plans. As part of my role, I would be more than happy to assist the Ashburton District Council in developing a sustainable aviation environment for the Ashburton community, and I would suggest in the interests of safety and operational success that the Council accept the following proposal: that the Ashburton Airport Authority consult with local aviation representative group regarding operational matters and further development of plans, comprised of at least 1 representative for each organisation on the field, 2 representatives for the private operators, and 2 representatives for the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Graham and Joe, both of you spoke about the grass surface, and basically it's getting to the end. So basically we are basically close to full capacity. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So if we're putting those new buildings there just for hangars and housing, will that bring it over the top?
I would say so. Based on experience of the previous skydiving organisation that Graham talked about, that was what.
No. Not. I'm not talking about the school, because that is a complete separate thing. You know, we're looking for 30 years. That might be an option, might not be an option. I'm talking about what we're using it for now, and with having the housings and the hangars there, you know, the private stuff. Will that be putting us over the grass.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. You mentioned you want to have a couple of groups being involved in the whole situation going further forward. I think we're doing that. We've got all the groups at the airport part of it.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Lovett.
I'm just going to ask, how many community events are we having out there per year? Fly-ins and things. Is it one a month? Is it many? Or just thinking of the impact of them on other operations on. Yeah.
So at this stage, and you might be able to add to this, we're probably having one every couple of months, you'd say?
Yep, I'd say I think there's about 4 between us and the museum. There's probably about 4 a year would be of reasonable size, and then there's of course smaller ones that come in which don't really count as events though. But yeah.
And are these high-tech planes that are coming in that could use like this navigational systems, or are they just your average?
No, there's perhaps 3 or 4 aircraft out of all the aircraft that use the airfield which would be capable of using that system.
Using the system. Okay.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got a question, Joe. As chief instructor, is it mainly local people learning to fly out there, or do you get from people?
It is mainly local people, but we get people from outside of the Ashburton community. So we get a lot of people from Christchurch, some from Timaru way, but mostly Ashburton.
And I've got to understand, how did they handle 50 tiger moths during World War II? How did the runway stand up to that?
I'm not sure, to be honest. But the difference back then, though, was that they didn't have runways. They just had a big open field and they'd land wherever they wanted to.
Mayor Brown.
Yes, thinking about the parachute. First question is, who looks after the safety of the aeroplanes once they leave the ground?
So that one is, I guess, a bigger subject than what we possibly have time for. But once the aircraft is in the air, the pilot that's flying that aircraft is responsible for the safety of it. The rules, or the Act states that he's responsible for the aircraft, the crew, the passengers and the cargo, and to the public.
Who monitors it?
It's not monitored by anyone. It's monitored by the pilots themselves flying.
What's the CAA do?
So the CAA is a regulatory body. They basically develop the material, guidance material, regulatory material, etc., which gives us the information we need to abide by the rules.
So at the old parachute club operation that was there, and they weren't doing things safely, then who does someone complain to?
The CAA, that we do complain to them. The CAA would then possibly put in measures to monitor what they're doing, but they don't monitor what people do on a regular basis. It's only if there's complaints, etc.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Mackay.
My question is, Mr. Chair, if the Ashburton District Council wishes to lighten the load on the ratepayer connected for the running of the airfield, what other initiatives other than what we've mentioned in the plan do you think we could use?
I'm not quite sure, Councillor Mackay, the relativity of your question.
My relativity of my question, Mr. Chair, goes back to the written submission on page 153, where it actually talks about, under background, there's a paragraph there called rate funding.
How does that relate to the submitters that are sitting here in front of us right at this moment?
I'm actually asking the question if they know of any other way that the Ashburton District Council could raise money out there other than what's mentioned in the plan. If that's not a fair question, I will withdraw the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I mean, all I could say to it is we're probably more happy with more hangars as such. It's just the actual takeoffs and landings would be, hangars, like recreational hangars, don't add, well, in my opinion, don't add a lot to the number of flights, but I guess you'd get more rates as far as would be as far as I go with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Graham. Any other questions from councillors?
Just one.
Oh, Mayor Brown, sorry.
Yeah, just following on from Councillor Mackay's question on funding, you could put more hangers on there and get more income, or you could increase the rates for people using it. What are your thoughts on that? Landing fees, etc.
Yeah, I think, and I guess I'm speaking from personal rather than Mid-Canterbury here, is that commercial operations do occur at the airfields. Other users from outside of the Ashburton airfield themselves, they come to the airfield and use it for their benefit, for training organisations, etc. I would personally think you could increase commercial charges, etc.
I was thinking more commercial was on the commercial hangars, but then landing fees for everyone could be higher, or are they high enough? Or...
Yeah, and that's what I'm suggesting. For commercial operators, you could increase the landing fees.
Okay. What about the non-commercial operators?
That one I'd have to think about a lot more before I answer.
Councillor Wilson?
Thanks. Have you had any experience in these hangar homes ideas?
Not a close experience, no.
We've seen them and they can look good, but yeah.
In New Zealand?
Yes, yep.
The only advice I could give, and this is only from other conversations I've had, it's not my personal experience, is that so far they haven't had much success in the other airfields, and that's, again, not my personal experience, it's just discussions I've had with other people.
I think there's quite a few down Alexandria. Yeah.
Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Coming back to commercial hangars, has the Aero Club got a preference on whether those hangars go on Seafield Road or whether they go on Murdoch's Road?
I think we probably don't have a preference. We see that they're probably good on Seafield Road. However, what we have discussed is there will be quite a lot of extra traffic or taxiing traffic from those hangars if they're on Seafield Road, and it's already a very high traffic area anyway, northerly winds or northwest winds, so that corner gets a lot of use anyway. And I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal if it was on Seafield Road. You would probably have to put a taxiway all the way through to the end of 06, which is in the northwestern corner, I think. Sorry,
southwestern, yeah.
Yeah, southwestern corner. Sorry. Yeah. So, yeah.
Operationally, I'd say it's fine, but I agree that it would ruin the vista to some degree.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. Thank you for your submissions. We'll move on now to Owen Moore, Ashburton Aviation Museum.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Mr Riak, councillors and staff. Ashburton Aviation Museum is one of the larger aviation museums in Australasia and is held in very high regard by people in the aviation industry, our supporters and our visitors in general. It now has a representation of every jet fighter / trainer that the RNZAF has ever had in its fleet. This is no mean feat to accumulate all these aircraft, as well as all the other aircraft, the aviation memorabilia, other items, and the display boards that makes it such an interesting place to visit. We're well supported by local businesses and the Ashburton District Council. Recently we won the ADC/ANZ Award for Excellence in Tourism, which we are very proud of, and this has helped raise our profile. As you'll all be aware, we are planning a large extension to the museum. It's going to turn our museum into a complex rather than a couple of hangars and a few other buildings spread around on the field. The extended museum will include an area that will double as a small items display and a function area, and that will be available for local groups. Small items will be on display in cabinets in that area that can be wheeled out of the road quickly so that we can have a function. The extension is a big project and we are thankful that we have the support of the ADC. And now we should talk about the management plan, because that's what this is all about. The museum is mostly comfortable with the planned extensions to the hangars in both areas mentioned, but would most definitely not like to see any more hangars built on the grass area in front of the museum. This area needs to be kept clear to allow for aircraft parking, aircraft moving from hangars to the pumps, and aircraft displays and community function type things. We're reasonably comfortable with the operation of parachuting by an operator with a proven track record starting again at the airport. However, we also are against the operation of a flight school at the airport. While the draft management plan does not seriously affect the museum, as we're a non-flying group, We would like to be assured that the activities that are held by the museum that I have mentioned in my submission are not curtailed by these plans. These activities raise vital funds for the museum. We have a good number of visitors fly in to see the museum, in particular the flying group from Rangiora who visit us regularly. And we wouldn't like this airport to be seen as not safe to come to due to the large number of movements taking place, and particularly with the difficulty of understanding the radio calls, as most of the students training with the flight school will not use English as their preferred language. I believe ADC has slipped up a little and should have added to the draft management plan that these plans, if accepted, would change the movement numbers at the airport exponentially. The way the plan is worded, it looks as if the primary task is to make the airport financially self-supporting. And I can understand why a lot of Ashburton people would support this idea. However, I believe that if the draft management plan had said that the aircraft numbers will increase tenfold with a lot of night flying over Ashburton, the residents of Ashburton would have a totally different view. Using data contained in the report, I expect that the airfield could be looking at around 2,000 flights per month, which, because most flights take off, do some touch and goes, and then land, that will equate to about 5,000 movements per month, which, if spread over a 10-hour day, you'll be looking at a movement every 3 to 4 minutes. This is going to make it a very busy and unsafe airfield. We also believe the grass runways will not support this level of activity, and we hope that if the flight school is allowed to proceed, that any repair costs will fall with the users that cause the damage and not be levied across everyone that operates on the airfield. In the overview of Ashburton Airport Development Plan Overview 2, it states, and this is in your own document, Council recognises that growth and development must be balanced with the needs and interests of those that use the facility, as well as the airport's heritage and recreational values. I'm not sure how the introduction of a flight school fits in with that statement. I hope that the councillors and staff of the District Council take notice of the large number of submissions on this plan and make decisions that are in the best interests of the airport and its neighbours, rather than the need to make another dollar. Because I am sure that my numbers that I quoted will be questioned by ADC staff, I have given Zane a copy of the spreadsheet that I put together that calculates the landing numbers and the operational numbers of the airport, and I have asked Zane to give a copy to all councillors. And I am happy to discuss the numbers further if anybody wants to know more, but without the spreadsheets, it's probably better done at a later date. The museum thank you for the chance to have a say on the future of the Ashburton Airport.
Thank you, Owen. Councillor Cameron.
Owen, thank you for your great presentation, and we appreciate your insight because we know you're very experienced. When I look at your second paragraph, the museum is grateful to the Ashburton District Council for the interest shown. We're also grateful to the Aviation Museum for the kudos of having you in our district, and congratulations on your award. Do you feel, as an aside and as a part of the airport development plan, that we are recognising and giving directions to how to people to access the Aviation Museum, that you feel that that's adequate, or do you need more?
I think that what you do is pretty well. You do it pretty well. A little bit disappointed that the road down the back of the airport is a bit of a shambles, and in fact we had potholes there not long ago that you could have lost a mini in, and so the way to get them fixed was that the museum guys had to get out there and fill them with shingle ourselves. It does seem a little bit odd to me that with graders touring around, why we couldn't get that road just graded by a grader driving going past, but that is a comment we get from a lot of our people, that the place is nice and tidy, but that road lets us down a bit.
So you're happy with the signpost from the main road to the Aviation Museum?
Well, that's a totally another story, but I'd have to say that because we couldn't deal with transit successfully, even with Mr. McCann coming on the scene, it still didn't happen. So you will see, if anybody goes north or south, you will see that we've taken to put up signs of our own far enough off the road that transit can't get at us. And they have been great, absolutely great. And I believe, I've said all along that council should support us in getting a sign where the Lake Hood sign is, for example, which is selling real estate.
That's right.
Out here on this end of town and at the other end of town, and it should be promoting both Ashburton Aviation Museum, Plains Railway, and any other of those type things in Ashburton.
Well, we've now taken note of that, so thank you for that. And I have another question. You're talking about events that stop, like warbirds over Wanaka,
right,
and other events that use the Ashburton Museum as Ashburton Runway as a stopover sort of thing. Where would they go if they didn't stop there? If you had,
there's lots of places. They could go to West Melton, they could stop at Rangiora, they could go to Timaru, they could go to Amarama. There's lots of places they could stop and do those things.
So if they move, so if we had this commercial business out there, that would be a disincentive for them to.
Not necessarily. If you had the flight school there, it would certainly, because they wouldn't be able to do the practicing and the routines that they require, that they practice in Ashburton before they go to warbirds. And I think they also like the museum is very good at looking after people when they come to town or come to do something at the airport. We'll feed them, we'll socialise with them, and I think they would enjoy that. Or they do enjoy that, we know they do.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Councillor Lovett.
I was just looking at your major expansion you're doing with the museum out there. There's a whole big industry sort of happening around that. And the council's, or I was going to say, upgraded the road and the entranceway, but you sort of got issues with that. Do you think there's sufficient infrastructure out there going forward in our plan for the future?
Well, I think the airport, we've had the water system upgraded and we've had the new road put in that's going to be the new entrance, and I'm particularly happy with that. We are a bit disappointed that there was a water pipe dragged in all the way from Murdoch's and Morris Road corner, and nobody thought fit to put a fibre duct with it. And then there was a water pipe dragged in all the way from Seafield Road and Morris Road right down to the commercial hangar and then on round to the business part of the airport, and nobody thought to put a fibre duct with that. And we're looking at getting a flight school that's coming here. The first thing they're probably going to say is we need a sim, and if we're going to put in a sim, we're going to need fibre. And it just seems a bit silly when some of these things are done, that some of the things that logical people would think just don't seem to fit into the picture.
Thanks.
Councillor Brahm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Owen, we're all talking about that school that might be coming. It's not a given yet.
I realise that.
So going to the 3 minutes or every flight coming in, within 3 minutes, there's almost like international airports.
I've done the numbers, but as far as the flying stuff goes, you need to talk to people that fly. As I said, the Aviation Museum doesn't fly. We don't fly any of our aircraft. So we're really talking about things that are happening on the aircraft as far as your development plan, but the flying part of it doesn't. I last flew when I was 27 or something.
That's okay.
And that's a day or two ago.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. After you've done your next lot of development for the Aviation Museum, Owen, will you need extra land, do you think, in the future, or is there room for you to do extra development?
So our first hangar was built 25 years ago, probably, might be 30 years ago, and it was full fairly quickly, and so another hangar was built. 11 years ago it was opened. It's now full. I think it's there will always be more space, but I think we're reasonably well satisfied that if we get this big space that we're planning on filled in with hangars this time, that will probably be from then on it'll be a museum that's maintained, and it may be that some objects have to get moved out and sold off so that things that are more relevant come in. We do have some double ups of a few things, but I think we're pretty comfortable with that. Will probably be the end of the size of our museum, but at a point you're going to get too big.
Is there anywhere you can go?
Not really. Well, not while the stock cars have the lease of the land down there anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Owen, You talked about if the Ashburton District Council wanted, I quote, financial self-supporting. What other initiatives does the museum think the Ashburton District Council could use to make it more viable?
I would think that the commercial operators that operate out of there, likes of Sky Farmers and Kelly's, and the people that fly in commercially, should be paying a much more realistic amount in landing fees. And it's interesting to note also that when you look at the figures that I've got on my spreadsheet that I brought for all you guys to have a look at, if you equate those figures that the flight school is going to do with the figures that the draft management plan says the income, they're going to be getting a landing for about 70 cents, which doesn't make too much sense to me. They should be paying $5.
Thank you.
If they paid $5, the airport would be self-sufficient funding-wise.
Thank you, Owen. There appears to be no further questions, so thank you very much for your submission. And next we have Michael Thomas.
Good afternoon, councillors and the mayor. Now, this stuff in my council days wasn't about, so we had to shout to the room. So I'll try this, see if it works.
Speak softly, Michael, you'll be right.
Right, well, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak here today. I haven't got very much to say because you've got my submission there. My concern, well, I'll just tell you who I was for a start. I farmed in Amarama for 50 years. I bought and developed the Amarama airfield from a desert. And the only reason that's good now, we've got irrigation. And we do have a world-class gliding strip in Amarama, world-renowned. Now, I also ran a business there, but that's not important. What is concerning me, I have had quite a few contacts with people from North Otago regarding what's going on in Oamaru. Now, this is negative stuff. They have had 20 instance reports against the Aviation College or Aviation Organisation. They've had 5 accidents. They've had to rebuild the grass runway there because it couldn't handle the usage. And I don't know what that cost. I couldn't get any out of the councils regarding what the cost was. It better be massive. The trucks here for weeks. So that relates to what happens here at Ashburton. Last year, a member of the Air Club and I did some major inspections on the runways and taxiways, and they were becoming a mess at the end of the summer. There was bare ground, there were stones. The Air Club put a brand new prop on an aeroplane, picked up a stone, which is pretty disastrous. So the runways at present are at capacity. Now we've still got the parachuters coming. We don't know how many movements they will have, but what we've got today is, did something on movements. Where the hell I put it? I probably haven't got it. Yeah, now I support all the development of hangar houses and that sort of thing, and encourage the aero clubs to come to Ashburton. The aero clubs that I know of have been advised not to go to Oamaru because of safety situations. And I support the house hangars. I think they're a brilliant idea. I've seen them and been in them at Alexandra and at Twizel. But you have approved, or maybe you have approved the skydiving operation, and I don't know how many days they operate. Now, going to the academy, there's going to be 42 movements a day, and a movement is a takeoff and a landing. And that equates to $15,300 a year. At $1.05 or whatever it is per landing, we're being ripped off as private pilots there. They are not paying their fair share. The grass runways will not handle, but they just can handle the present day usage. And if we have to close more runways, there is a stage where CAA have informed me that if there's more runways and taxiways closed, that actual whole airport would have to close down. and this would be a disaster for Ashburton. I can't, everyone said everything, I can't really add more, that I support what the council does. And we do need some more development there, but at the end of it, we certainly don't want an aviation academy in Ashburton. Not only will it wreck the aero clubs and the genuine facility out there, which is excellent, it will annoy you local ratepayers around this town, out of town. It'll chase you out. Their movements, their night flying in Oamaru, they were supposed to be restricted to midnight. They're still flying at 3 o'clock in the bloody morning. They are not suitable for an activity at Ashburton. So the last thing I can say is that don't let them come here, because you will wreck everything that we've got. And that's about all I can say.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Michael. That's great. Could I just ask you one question?
Yep.
You mentioned there'd been 20 incidents at Oamaru.
Yes, correct.
Is that over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
I can't answer that. It was the person I talked to used to be the safety officer down there. He was an instructor, and he informed me that there were 5 major accidents, mainly running off runways and running into fences and getting bogged in the mess of the grass runways. And the 20 incidents, I've had 1 instance with them where I was flying through Dancy's Pass. I saw an aeroplane on my left. I called up and he called up and said he was at Kurau. Well, he didn't know where the hell he was. He was at Duntroon. Now, if they make a mistake, they will not reply to general pilots because they get a big rack up about that. It's a mistake. So their airmanship is pretty average compared with New Zealand pilots. I certainly wouldn't go flying with any of them anyway.
Thank you, Michael. Have you spoken to the CAA about this?
I had an hour on the CAA to Carlton Campbell a couple of days ago, and while I was talking to him, I was sitting on a tractor at Geraldine, where I live, and there were about 6 aircraft came overhead. Obviously, some had come from Ashburton, and also you're going to increase a huge amount of traffic, or they will, in this area from Ashburton towards the hills, which has a very high traffic movement, people coming north and south. And we certainly don't want them out there in amongst the ordinary traffic.
What did the CAA say?
That they've got to be pretty careful, that sort of bureaucrats, what they tell you. Safety issues. They had a fairly long letter, a 7-page letter from the instructor, chief pilot, chief safety officer in Oamaru, which they didn't reply to, but they have. So they're aware of the issues that have been going on in Oamaru.
Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Brahm.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. My question has just been asked by the chair, so thank you for that. So I will go to the next one.
There we go.
Councillor Cameron.
I've got 2 questions. One is pretty basic, and you're.
Well, I'm pretty basic sort of a guy, so that is good.
We're talking about a lot about the breakdown of the grass, even with the parachute business.
That happened last year, and there were no parachutists last year.
So why don't we have a tar-sealed runway? Is it the cost, or it doesn't suit the planes, or?
Hell, I don't know what a tar-sealed runway would cost, but you'd be into the millions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Does anyone else answer that?
I had no clue. Thank you.
It's not in the long-term plan.
Yeah, exactly good. Yeah, impractical for Ashburton.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more question. Does the Civil Aviation Authority, do they have a branch that consult with the councils and things on best practice or that type?
Well, I think the council are pretty proactive in talking to CAA. All the pilots here, our contact with CAA is get on the phone and just ring them up if we have problems. And they've been a bit slack in the past, but that's how I communicate with CAA, because I'm involved in a lot of aviation, recreational backcountry pilots. I fly in Australia. I've flown across 5 airplanes across the Tasman, just a bit of interest. But yeah, I deal direct with CAA.
I just wondered if there was any official response to our consultation as to best practice. And
I don't know how the council handle that. You know that. So.
Thank you.
Joe's got his hand up.
Do you mind if I add to that? So
No, I'm sorry, you've had your submission. Yes, thank you all the same.
This is a pretty open meeting. I would have thought that would have been relevant for him to make a comment. Sorry.
No, that's all right. No, carry on. Have you finished yours?
Yeah, oh, yeah, look, I told you it would be pretty easy and simple. And if
Any
you take
further
anything
questions,
out-
Councillor
I've got-
Wilson?
What I would like to do, sorry.
Councillor
I've
Wilson
got
has a question.
You said you're in favour of hangar homes. If we put them along Morris Road,
Yes.
would you want them in a group space? There's a few people there said it would impede their view of the airport. Some are 10, some are 14. How would you set them out?
Pretty difficult question because I'm not a planner, but I would say if the further apart would be more appropriate, unless they want to build one there with their neighbour. I don't know. I can't really answer that one. Can't be very helpful on that one.
Mayor Brown.
Oh, yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So if we wanted to increase revenue at the airport and we didn't want the trainers or the parachuters there because of extra movements, what other ways do you see of us gaining revenue?
Tricky question. The airport, I've only been here 10 years as I live in North Otago. The airport seemed to operate pretty nicely for a long time without too much interference from council. Recently we've been, the council have probably been trying to be proactive in being visible out there at a cost. And I think the cost's excessive for what we're getting return from. To increase the income, we want the aero clubs coming from Christchurch or Rangiora or Oamaru or Timaru, well not from Oamaru, because aero clubs, basically, the instructors are telling their pilots not to go to Oamaru for safety reasons. To increase your income, we all know how to do that. I've been trying for bloody years, but I don't know how you actually would do it. I think we pay a lot of rates out there now. For what I've got an aeroplane out there and it seems to cost me a lot of money. I don't think you could increase the hangar rates. How much more money do you need to run it?
Well, I think the document says we're putting, is it $60,000?
92.
92,000, 60%, $92,000
A year.
a year. Yeah, from general ratepayers of the.
Oh, that's the income, sorry.
No, that's what the general ratepayer contributes to the money of the
$90,000 a year.
$90,000 a year.
I'd like to see a breakdown of that and where it's going.
It is available if anybody wants it because it's
Yeah, I
been
think
requested before, but
I would have some, being a councillor myself, I'd have some serious questions about what is happening there.
Yep. And just of interest, you talk about your hangar, is you wouldn't want to pay any more. What do you pay for your hangar?
Oh, too much. I'm not sure. I leased it. I leased it from another person, from Philip Everson Dell. I pay about 40 a week or something.
$2,000 a year.
A couple of thousand a year, yep, about that. And what services do I get from you guys? Because all the airport is done voluntarily.
you'll get that from your landlord.
Eh?
You'll get your service from your landlord.
yeah. Speaking to this bloody modern technology, I can't hear that there. Did that answer your question? Yeah. I think I'll just say one thing, that if the costs increased dramatically, there is talk, I know 3 pilots or 3 people that are at the airport now, not very far from here, we develop another field builder hangar.
Just say that again.
If the airport charges increase dramatically, there's 3 pilots that I know would build a hangar on a farm not very far from here, and we'd move out there.
Okay, thanks. Yep.
Well, thank you, Michael. There appears to be no further questions, so thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Yep.
And next up we have Ed Harrison.
Mr. Chairman, just one thing, could the opportunity to talk privately about, I get all these notes from people down in Oamaru, and it's pretty controversial, some of the stuff I've been getting, and it shouldn't come out in the public. There is some very serious issues that need to be talked about in the council without having the press or anyone else here. Can you, Hamish?
I'll refer that to the chief executive.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing. So this is a public hearing.
Yep.
So anything that is said in this forum is live streamed and is available to the public. So if there's things you don't wish to say, then don't say them because this is a public hearing.
That's what I was asking if there's an opportunity, because I have got a lot of information from the Waitaki District Council.
Not for this public hearing.
No, that's good.
And I think one of the issues, Mr. Chair, is that, and we've contemplated this, and the council will consider this carefully when they get to the deliberations on the submissions, is that the development plan is about what is appropriate at the airport over a 30-year horizon, not specifically about one particular flight school who may or may not be coming. And I think one of the issues that council will need to separate out when they get to the deliberations is some of the commentary around a particular flight school, and put that to one side and concentrate on what do they see as the development pathway for the airport in total. And once that is established, the particular users that might fit into that development plan will need to comply with whatever the rules are. So it's just really careful not to be too focused on some of the about a particular issue which is not the development plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just add something, if the member of the public has something they wish to come to council, then to the Mayor's office is appropriate. And it won't be involved in this hearing, but there's my card and you can deliver whatever material you like to the Mayor's office and council will see it.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and
thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Now, Ed, it's all yours. Afternoon all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, councillors, council staff. My submission is unbeknownst to myself. I put a submission in without talking to too many other people, and it turns out it's very similar to some of the others that have been put in. Possibly Mr. Vincent has said everything that I probably needed to say. I believe that he talked to the proposal far better than myself can. But two extra points that I'd like to make regarding through this flight school proposal, even though Mr. Riak said that we shouldn't concentrate on that one thing, is that we are blessed with the warbirds coming to visit. It is, we're blessed with the aerobatic champs that come to visit, and I'm led to believe that these will cease coming if the vast number of pilots, the vast number of training pilots come to our town. And is this really an outcome that we desire? My answer to that would be no. The other one thing that I'd like to put across is that I am a very low hour pilot, a couple of years since training, and I believe if this flight school did come, it will decimate our Aero Club, which we have got here now. The reason being is when you start to fly, it's a very encompassing thing. There's a lot going on, you know, and yep, you've got instructors with you, but you go for your first solo and then you're let free to go and learn, go and just test the boundaries on yourself, etc. You're talking about 12 aircraft is what their proposal is, 100 students. You're going to have 12 aircraft of non-English as first language speakers in the sky with locals that are trying to get out and learn and I suppose spread their wings. And there's enough going on, you know. I think it will decimate our Aero Club, which would be terrible. Our Aero Club has gone through some great change in the last 2 years and is on a good growth path. I think we're on the right track with what we're doing. One of the questions that's been asked is about how are we going to increase our income. I just made a note while I was talking here. How are your charges monitored? Like, how are our landings, etc., monitored at the moment? So a commercial aircraft coming in and landing here from Whakatane, how is it monitored that he's been in and landed? My understanding is they're monitored electronically as they come in.
Do they? Okay.
And if they don't pay, they get an account.
Okay. I don't know if we've got a bank account set up at the Aero Club, have we, or not at the Aero Club, at the airfield that shows where landing charges to be paid?
I'd have to consult the staff on that one, but we'll look into that.
Yeah. The other one extra thing that I wanted to talk about just quickly is the RNAV, and not that I'm at that level of flying, but I know for a fact an RNAV, what it's about, and this is just to get the point across, is that it allows for training to very low level. So a person that's training on RNAV can come in and basically do touch and goes without touching and going. So they'll come to 50 feet and then they'll take off again. And that could be done dozens and dozens of times because you're trying to set the locator right. So it may not be a ground movement, but it's a very close ground movement. So there's those extra ones as well. So that's basically, you've read my submission. I am dead against the flight school coming. I don't think it's good for the community. I don't think it's good for the aerodrome.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Brahm has a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed, what is an acrofest?
So that's the aerobatics. So we have an aerobatic box above Ashburton. Yep. So Acrofest is the aerobatic festival.
Is it every year or every second year?
I know they've been 2 years, but I'd have to ask someone who knows more than me on that. But with COVID, I'm just unsure where they came that year. But we're fortunate that we have an aerobatic box above our airfield.
Yep.
You know, people can come and park up and see it happen.
Yeah, I realise that.
If they stopped coming, the ease to get into our airfield, the ease that pilots like myself, I suppose, as well, low hour pilots, it is a good airfield to use, you know?
Yep. Yeah, thank you for that.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed, in your written submission, can I please quote from that?
Yep, you go for
One
it.
could argue the airport is already financially independent, but costs that council attribute to the airport may not be independently verified and could be swayed to bolster the position.
Yep.
Could you expand on that, please?
In page, I pulled off these documents.
It's page 95 on our...
So we had the airport costs centre budget, 22, 23 that I was got hold of. And I see a number of things in there. We have repairs and maintenance at $31,278. And then we have another repairs and maintenance account just 4 lines below that of $21,000, adding to a total of $51,000 spent by the council on R&M. And then we have the figure of $82,102 of property recovery, which I've read in the notes were may not be understood outside council. What I was questioning there with, I suppose my language, the attributions put to it that are just, oh, we'll chuck 20 grand against that, we'll chuck 50 grand against that, but what are the actuals? What are the hours spent by the actual staff member going and doing that job? In my business, if it took 10 hours to do a job, the person is charged 10 hours. It's not just, oh, we'll chuck in 4 grand, you know? That was my question on that. Okay?
I'll pass comment to Chief Executive.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a conversation I've had a number of times with the previous submitter. Indeed, the costs that you refer to are, of course, the overhead allocation, and council by law has to allocate all its overheads to its various activities. It is a complicated process of dropping costs to various activities, all based on assessments of time, a cascading impact of who gets the cost first and who doesn't. This council debates the overhead allocation methodology and approves it through its revenue and financing policy. So it's not a lump of money tossed at something willy-nilly. There's a justification for it. This council, as your elected members, approves that methodology, they approve the overall budget, and the overhead allocation drops through that complicated formula process to the various activities. That is how that number gets to the airport, not some arbitrary, we're trying to make something look like something that is not what happens at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Mackay?
Yes.
Thank you.
But I thought answers were supposed to be in deliberations.
Any other councillors got a question? No, well, look, thank you, Ed, for that.
No problem. Thank
We'll
you.
deliberate on all your comments. Next up is Donna Favour from the Ashburton Citizens Association. Donna, welcome.
Thank you.
Whoops. Sorry, just one moment. I'm just trying to load this. Am I in the right place? Sorry. Thank you very much. Come down to USB drive. Cool. Thank you. No worries. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Te wiki o te reo, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Donna Favour aho. Acknowledging Maori Language Week, greetings, my name is Donna Favour. I am here today to present on behalf of the Ashburton Citizens Association, and I will take the written submission as read. Before focusing on long-term vision and expansion, there are a couple of things I wish to highlight from the written submission. Firstly, on page 23 of the plan, costings, not only may council wish to audit their landing fees as at present, basing a budget on 2.74 landings per day, when it seems actual is greatly over that, it is somewhat misleading. Council may also like to revisit their budget. Regarding the flight school, page 20 states that by 24-25, the average number of flights for the flight school will be 42 per day, which is 15,330 per year. Yet page 23 states the annual income for landing fees and aircraft licences is expected to be 14,400 per annum. My calculations, and sorry Mr. Moore, were different, were 94 cents per landing, which based on a small aircraft fee of $8 is an 89% discount. Or if we were talking a medium craft fee of $11 per landing is a 91% discount. On a large aircraft at $16, it is a 96% discount. And while we understand that commercial operators will seek high landing volume discounts on landing fees, this leaves less money to cover ongoing costs and maintenance for the airport operations. So in response to Councillor Mackay and your questions of what other income could we seek, the removal of discounts would perhaps be a good first step. So secondly, in regards to hangar homes, the Ashburton Citizens Association support Council's suggestion for hangar homes and note that the illustration on page 22 is akin to a fisherman's hut on the outskirts of town. There are hangar homes and then there are hangar homes, and I have here just a couple of illustrations of different styles. Some are more desirable and permanent residents, and the Ashburton Citizens Association would like to see the opportunity for more grandiose and better quality hangar homes. In a similar vein to submitter Greg Martin, we would also like to keep the mountain views. So in our written submission, we suggested that council look further and expand the airport. By doing so, you could face the hangar homes towards the mountain as opposed to having their back to them. With those 2 points made, today I focus on expansion and planning for the future, as we wrote in the submission, question 1. As we've seen with the building of the new Civic Centre and Library, to go 3 stories high, you must also go deep to ensure strong foundations. So please indulge me as I take you on a short scenic flight with a long approach to bring the submission in for a landing. I start in 1826. A young man called William Chisnell was born in Suffolk, England. In 1840, the Treaty of Waitangi was signed. In 1850, 24-year-old William Chisnell and his wife Sarah Stedman arrived in Littleton a few months before the first 4 ships. As William was a carpenter, he was employed by the Canterbury Association to help ready Littleton port for the new settlers. His brother-in-law, William Dearsley Wood, arrived aboard the Randolph in December 1850, and together in 52, Chisnell and Wood both had lost their jobs with the ending of the Canterbury Association. They opened a farm called the Sandhills Run, a very successful dairy farm which stretched from Styx River right through to Avon Heathcote Estuary. This partnership, however, did not last long. And by September 76, William Chisnell had rented Templars land, an area which we now know is located between Christchurch International Airport and the Waimakariri River. It was in the Waimakariri as he was making a river crossing that he drowned, and sadly his wife died 2 months later. They left behind a large family, some of whom relocated to the Ashburton district, and his son William Jr. built a homestead on the Hines Arundel Road that to this day is still known as Ohina Mori. So on a personal note, I thank Council for helping me learn the meaning of Ohina Mori today, which is the maid who is left behind. Little could my great-great-grandfather, William Chisnell, have known when he arrived in Littleton in 1850 and worked on that port, that 160 years later, sorry, here's where I need to get to the next screen. 160 years later, operations of that very port would have outgrown that location and require 2 inland ports, both located in Rolleston. Littleton Port's 27-hectare Midland Port.
Donna, if you don't mind me interrupting you, I'm sure this will lead somewhere towards the Ashburton Airport. It might be appreciated if we could get there.
Yes, thank you. And Port of Tauranga Metro Box. Nor could he have imagined that the very land he co-owned and his property, Russley Farms, would later become Christchurch International Airport, another venture which has outgrown its current location. Christchurch Airport recently purchased 750 hectares of land in Terrace. So ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, fasten your seatbelts and prepare to land. The Citizens Association support Ashburton District Council's 30-year plan for the airport. However, on more than one occasion in the written submission and this, we ask Council to do more. In the spirit of the settlers who set sail from their motherland to an unknown country halfway around the world, the Citizens Association and ask Council to be bold in your vision, to be brave and courageous in your actions, to go further than you initially intended, and do more to ensure that the good people of Ashburton have a facility that is not only fit for purpose for today, but provides employment and opportunities for the future. And it's a facility that they can be proud of. So on behalf of the Citizens Association, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Donna. Questions? Councillor Wilson.
Afternoon, Donna. Are you sort of insinuating the council should be expanding the land area, or what's your general thrust?
So, Councillor Wilson, I've just put a map up on screen which is akin to the maps included in the plan, and I have highlighted in white the 2 areas that we've been talking about in the plan, this being where the commercial hangar was to go, this being where the hangar homes are intended to go. There are sections of pasture land, and I'm thinking perhaps in this area where Council could put hangar homes that, as Mr. Martin suggested, also capture the views. And up here, there is, sorry, that's a bigger map. This is the land I'm referring to. This is the entrance to the Northeast Industrial Park. If there was to be a commercial hangar, access to the Northeast Industrial Park would seem a reasonable and useful partnership. And the homes I was referring to are down here in this corner, perhaps in an L shape. Does that answer your question, Councillor Wilson? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from councillors? You must have made a pretty good presentation, Donna. If no questions, so look, thank you very much for coming and for your presentation.
Thank you, and sorry to have meandered. I was trying to build a foundation. Thank you.
Next, we have Andrew Grant.
Oh. Hi everybody, sorry for the dress, but still working. Hey, I got a place out Company Road we bought 10 years ago. When we did, we had a look around to see what was in LIM reports, everything else, and there was no strategic plan. What you guys are doing now seems to be a bit of an extra. My biggest grief with it, read through the document, I've left things rather late until I finally realised what was happening. And I think for us as residents, or for anybody to make an informed decision, you need relevant information. What seems to be missing from your lovely put together document is some of that information. One case in point is going on about noise contours. I keep on trying to look up on the website and everything else, and in council information and through CAA to try and get any information on noise contours, and I'm buggered if I can find anything. It shouldn't be difficult. You guys have got a document there that refers directly to certain legislation or different items. Hell, it should be included with it to make it easier for dumb people like me that don't know their way around a computer to find it and to be able to act upon it, to be able to get the information. We've all, look, I rang up a couple of days ago again to find out how many complaints had been laid against the previous skydiving operation. The man proudly said on the phone he's been there for 2.5 years and he's only received 2 complaints. Now, I find that rather interesting. I know that a couple of years ago we had COVID, and that's about when these guys pulled out. I myself have made numerous complaints to council in regards to noise and low flying. It's only later that I've only recently found out that as council, from what I can gather, you guys don't actually have any control over the noise a plane makes once it's in the air. That's right. Why the hell am I not told that? When I ring up to make a complaint, why doesn't the person on the other end of the phone say, look, sorry, this is not something we have anything to do with, you've got to contact CAA? It's too bloody late then. Like, the operator himself, I become known by the staff and by the pilot of being a person that would turn up there and just, I didn't have to say anything. Oh yeah, that last one was a bit low and it was a bit fast. He would come in still under full power, well under quite a bit of power, and do a high bank turn and drop into the runway. It's putting everybody at risk, and it annoys the hell out of you with the noise of a turbine prop plane. I just still find it amazing that there hasn't been information as to how many complaints have been received in the past. You speak to most residents, most people you actually ask about, say, do you ever used to hear the skydiving plane? Oh yeah, that buzz, that hum that just kept on going and going and going.
Could I just ask you a question there, Andrew? So in Maine, your submission is that there's too much noise. Is that what you're saying?
That's part of it. It's also, my biggest grief is, you've got a document here you want us to agree with or not agree with. It's nicely put out with some information, but it doesn't have the backup information for us to make an informed decision. It's only part of it. And my biggest grief is this flying school. Do we know who the flying school is that's proposing on coming here?
The submissions are designed to get feedback from the public, which you are absolutely doing superbly. Thank you. No decision has yet been made as to what and where and when the proposed development of the airport will take place.
Okay.
That's what
well, if I can add to that then a wee bit and just say that I've been speaking to committee members of the Yomiuri Airport. They have a flying school down there with 12 to 15 planes. They've had numerous problems. Again, you get hold of CAA and ask for a record of how many accidents or incidents have been involving the flight school down there. oh yes, you can fill out a Section 60 form and apply for that information under the Official Information Act. It's like, okay, I've got a few days to try and get that. That ain't going to happen. I know for a fact there has been numerous incidents. One of the biggest problems they have, and if you're bringing in a flying school, and most likely it's going to be overseas people, English is a second language. Yeah. You have the difference is they do not know local topography. I spoke to a pilot again last night who said that you're sitting there ready to line up with the runway, and then somebody else from the flying school calls up to say they're on final approach. So you do your big 6K loop around the airport, and you wait and wait and wait, and think, where the hell's this other plane? And you do another big loop, and where are they? And then they're still trying to work out where they are to even find the airport. They've had them landing in neighbouring places. They've had them landing going through fences. They've had them landing without their landing gear down. So we do have, this is to give a background on another operation which is going. So if we're stuck with the same thing here, the big difference is Oamaru has bugger all houses around it. We're living right underneath these guys. That is my fear, as a health and safety thing. And then you guys are proposing to also put in a skydiving operation. So local residents have said that they found skydivers hooked up in trees, and there's apparently some on a hangar, and they've been landing in neighbouring places and that. If you've also got a flight school operating as well as that, should we really be doing that in such a built-up area without the facilities around to cater for it? And then if you're going to build another one, if you're going to build your hangar homes and all that, I gather they're going to get probably sewage hooked up and water hooked up. You've got to fight to try and get onto those things in that area now anyway. Being along Company Road, you can't just, well, in the past, you haven't been able to go and hook onto the water that's out on the side of the road. Because they said, no, that's just for the industrial area. It's only because one of the neighbours across the road said that they're not allowed to be denied access to potable water. My understanding is they've finally got access to it. Like, are these guys going to get special preferential treatment, get all the best of everything?
I interrupt you again, Andrew. Nobody's going to get special treatment. The decision has not even been made whether they come here or not. The decision has not been finalised where and if commercial hangars are going. The decision has not yet been made or confirmed where recreational hangars or hangar homes are going. These are just ideas. We appreciate you coming in and telling us. You're talking to an ex-pilot, so I know exactly what you're telling me. So with all due respects, unless you've got something else to add, I'll ask if the councillors have got any questions.
Yeah, well, okay then. Has anybody got any questions? Come on, give us something.
I think you've explained it very well, Andrew, and you've reiterated what many other presenters have already told us today too. So thank you very much for that. I do appreciate you coming. And next, we were to have Greg Donaldson, but unfortunately he can't make it. Yeah, so it will be Jed Rushton. Welcome, Jed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, CEO, councillors. Just thanks for the opportunity to submit. Probably most of your reading will probably think, well, this is just a NIMBY application. Not in my backyard, seeing as I live close to the airport, but it's not. We bought the airport knowing what we were buying beside. We firmly enjoy the airport and believe the community have two fantastic organisations there in the Aero Club and the museum. And I think that the council and councillors need to be really mindful about how they proceed in these matters, because the proposed, and I appreciate the CEO's comments about not assuming that a flying school will arrive here. The one question I will have around that is, if that's the case, why was that flying school actually present at the open day? I think that's a wee bit misleading there. But I mean, I think we've got to be really careful that the development of the airport doesn't blow those really good organisations apart, that we have great community involvement and the thousands of hours of voluntary labour that go to maintaining the airport and keeping it the facility it is. So I read the draft plan, and that's probably why I submitted in the end, because I believe the document was inaccurate, contradicting and misleading. I was amazed to find that we were looking at a development plan around an airport facility. And what's the most important thing in aviation? Safety. The word safety is hardly even mentioned in that document. That document should be all about safety. It's not even mentioned. So it led me to believe that the process is actually driven to save ratepayers' dollars. So we've got to be really careful around that. And given this is a blueprint for development, we've got to make sure we get it right. I looked into the process and saw further concerns. To have a survey done with 29 members, is that really a survey? We heard that there was a public meeting called of local residents. I live 260 metres from the boundary of the airport, wasn't contacted, so it can't be worthwhile. Is that consultation? I don't know. And I was concerned about the council's media campaign during the submission process, outlining how positive the submissions were on the airport development when the submission process hadn't even finished. Is that something we should be doing? I question that as well. And also I question the balance, and I'd like the councillors to go back and have a look at the council online submission form and the balance around that. It was firmly weighted to the saving ratepayers' dollars. Didn't really address the issue of the flight schools coming, the commercial development shifting, and some of those other things. So I think that was a wee bit unbalanced. And really, I mean, I could probably stop my submission here, my talk here, because I believe if the council are really serious about doing this a development, the first thing they should be doing is seeking the services of a suitably qualified aviation expert to do a full operational and safety plan around what the airport is now, what it can sustainably survive with going forward, and also a decent economic model around the airport as well. Because I'm sorry, but I mean, some of the things that I was going to mention have already been mentioned, so I won't bore you, but the reality of it is that if the council's definition, because the first thing that they mention in their report is that the airport should be run on a commercial basis, well, if that means that I have to pay $8 to land my plane and the flight school has to pay 80 cents, then the council have a serious problem with the definition of commercial. So let's get someone to have a look at that. Let's get it put on a good basis. Around the commercial development on Seafield Road, got a few issues around that. I'd just like to know when the bylaws were actually changed, because the council in its wisdom have actually already granted the skydiving operation to shift there. And I was told by a council staff member that that's already, the whole airport is commercially zoned. I believe that's misleading to say that in the report that the operation already operates from there, because it doesn't. It's misleading in that it actually creates an existing use scenario to justify the development there. There was no consultation with landowners about shifting that operation from the airport base to where it is now, to Seafield Road. I'm sure a lot of commercial development people in town would like the opportunity to develop commercial facilities without the provision of potable water, sewage, traffic management plans, parking. So let's be fair to everyone. On that, at the open day, I questioned the Ashburton District Council staff about the overuse of the taxiway back to refuel. And they went away and asked, they hadn't thought about it, went away and asked the operator from the flight school, and they said, oh, well, we don't even use the fuel that's there. So their plan is that they don't, the fuel that they use is not supplied at the airport. So their plan was to have a, excuse me, a portable tanker, run a hose out and fill the plane up. And so if you have any knowledge of aviation, it's illegal to store petroleum on an airfield in that situation. So I would question that operator's safety if that's what they're planning to do. Excuse me. The 8 sections, I did a quick plan with the 8 sections, suggested that if you allow a minimum parking, they don't actually fit in the area without precluding on the, encroaching on the 75-metre boundary off the centre of the runway. So I'd be interested to see what the council plan is for those sections. Excuse me. Our submission has probably changed a wee bit. We don't support the flight school for a number of reasons that have already been mentioned. The plane movements, compatibility with skydiving, and that the RNAV will preclude other users to the airport. The skydiving operation is, and in that, none of the scenarios they've allowed for us to allowed for any costings, thank you, for a for maintenance and update of the runway, because that runway deterioration is going to be incredible. It's going to be quite expensive, but there's nowhere in the budgeting that I've seen that allows for anything, any contribution towards that. Skydiving one is an interesting one. The skydiving cowboys that were there were quite incredible. Next door neighbour of mine had 2 instances. One with a parachute hanging in a tree. Another one where the window fell out of the plane and landed in the section. So need to be really careful. Those 2 operations are clearly not compatible, so we need to be really mindful of that. The noise contours that the council say that they're going to enforce or change are misleading, because the council have got no jurisdiction over those and cannot have any control over what those noise controls are. They can make the contours whatever they like, but they don't actually have any control over it. And we're right. I mean, we've rung the council. We can't do anything about it. It's got nothing to do with us. The airport authority is the council, so they should be actually having some control over it, but it's actually CAA. So once an aircraft is actually started and moving, even on the ground, is control of CAA. So with especially the flight school as well, the amount of time that those planes will be sat at the end of runways, run up, going through checks with young pilots, with the instructor beside them, will be a lot longer than the normal takeoff and landing that a normal plane has. Plus, it will actually provide a lot more noise to residents. So yeah, and also just that I can't see why the commercial area has decided to be on Smithfield Road. Because of the traffic management thing. I was involved in flights during the floods last year with a helicopter. Having people there, it was a nightmare with traffic coming around that corner. I see the commercial operation that's there at the moment, or supposed commercial operation there at the moment, hasn't even got an entrance off the road per se. And also, I mean, surely, you know, the 2 most conflicting things in that plan are commercial operation and residence, and you've chosen to put the 2 together, whereas the logical thing would be to put it over the back in Morris Road, end of the Murdoch's Road, end of the airport. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jude. Appreciate that. Councillor Brahm.
Thank you, Richard. Gerald. I've got the same voice as you do, so stay with me. The question I've got, now a plan always starts with an idea. So there's an idea, you start talking to people who are part of it, then you go a bit wider, then you think you've got something, and then you've got a draft plan. And that's basically where we are. Now it's only a draft plan with people who are on the airport are there. You mentioned before we should have had specialists and all those things. That will come from now on. Do you think so, or should it have been before? Because this is just a draft plan. We're just listening to all the people. After that, we thought we need the specialists, not before.
Well, someone's already decided within the Area Club, the council, or the airport authority to shift the skydiving from where it was to Seafield Road. So it's a fait accompli. That's, to me, that's where the commercial development's going. You've already made it. You've determined a pre-existing right.
They were there already, and they should have been there.
No, they haven't been there already. You're wrong with that. The skydiving only ever operated out from above the museum. That is the only place it's ever operated from.
Correct.
Your document states that it operated this year out of Seafield Road, further up the road.
Okay.
Which is misleading and incorrect.
Then I missed that.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. With the consultation process we had earlier on, had the open days at the airport, and you obviously attended. Did you feel the input that you put into those open days made its way to a plan?
Well, the document was already made by then.
It was in draft form to be.
Yeah, I don't know whether there was any changes made from then on.
Well, that's the question.
Yeah,
And
well,
then
obviously,
after that.
obviously not, Neil, because we asked the question about what they had for. They had a traffic management plan for the new entry to the airport itself. I asked them about what the traffic management plan for the Seafield Road commercial operation, and they had no idea. I would have thought that was quite a major thing to be missing in a plan, and it was raised at that open day, and obviously never got any further.
Okay.
Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jed, for your excellent submission. Just a point though, I note under flight school you say we support the establishment of flight school at Ashburton Airport. Would you like to retract those words?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because we were probably one of the early submitters, and we've done a lot more research along the lines of what we hear of what's happening in Oamaru, along the lines of Canterbury Area Club excluding those or advising their members to stay away from it. That's why I believe that the inclusion of that operation in Ashburton would destroy the great community that we have in the airport and the museum at the moment, because those guys just want to keep flying. And I mean, I don't know where in the budget there is also who's paying for the RNAV. You know, where's the cost in that? And that's going to be, I mean, we've already heard that they'll fly all night, and that's the reason they get it, to fly at night. So
it's not determined that RNAV's coming, so.
It says in the report that it's been investigated by the council. So.
Yes, but it's not determined that it's coming. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, a good submission, Jared. If you forgot about the flight school, right, would you have hangar homes? Would you shift the commercial down to Murdoch's Road? What your idea would for a plan be, forgetting about the flight school?
Yeah, well, I definitely believe that probably the council needs to look at a wee bit more land out that area. It's probably unfortunate that the car or stock club has got a 50-year lease, because that's probably stifling the development there at the moment a wee bit, which would be able to be shifted somewhere else. But yeah, over the other side is where he should have it. I think there's a great vista when everyone drives down the road to that airport. It looks really good. I do have concerns, even with the hangar homes, because they're all face to the airport and everyone puts their rubbish out the back.
But where would you suggest perhaps Murdoch Road? If we did have hangar homes, where would you suggest we encourage them?
Yeah, well, that land over Murdoch's Road is where we should be pushing into, I think. It's also consolidation of facilities and, wastewater, sewage.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jed, in your submission, your first dot point on our papers is 191. We reckon you to quote you, we recognise the need for the Ashburton Airport to become a financially self-sufficient entity, which includes commercial operators and business operating from the airport zone. Could you please expand on what you mean by that and give examples if you have any?
I was expecting that question, Angus. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there are commercial operators that use the airport at the moment, and it's already been indicated that perhaps they need to be looking at the charges on them. I'm not privy to what level of landing charges previously have been charged to the skydiving, who obviously, because their planes hit with quite a force, they do quite a bit of damage to the runway. So whatever some of those, the limited number of commercial operations there. I mean, there are other operations likes of aircraft maintenance and that could be established at the airport that would bring in revenue.
Thank you, Jed. There appears to be no other questions from councillors, so thank you very much for your presentation. And Councillor Mackay.
I have one, but not to Mr. Rushton.
So who would you like to speak to?
I would like to know what question or extra information Mr. Joe Brown, Chief Flight Instructor, may have to offer when he put his hand up earlier on.
No, I'm going to rule that out of order. Everyone's had the same period of time to make their submissions, and you had an opportunity to ask a question earlier on. So if there are no further questions, thank you to everyone who's come and submitted. We appreciate the time and effort that you've put into those things, and we will certainly be giving them all due deliberations, and I can assure you nothing at this stage is set in concrete. So I'm going to call an adjournment now. We'll have a cup of tea. Well, I'm needs to be made comfortable. We're now going to start the deliberations now that we've read all the submissions and heard the submissions. And we've got Richard Maben, our Senior Policy Advisor, and we've got Colin Windleborn and Zane there. So I'm going to hand over to Richard, and he's going to take us through the presentation. And yeah, there'll be time for questions basically with each slide, Richard, I understand. Is that about how do you see that?
You're a step ahead of me, Mr. Chairman. Because ordinarily at this point, having heard all of the oral submitters, we would go back to the summary of feedback book and we would work through that.
Oh, well, thank you for that.
Because there are about 99 people who have also written who have not appeared yet today.
That it? Oh. Oh, it is too, yeah. I'm going to have to get my tablet. It's just, yeah. Oh, here it is. No, right. So, do I just sort of repeat what's on here as I go through page by page? Okay. Right, I've got that now. Can you lead us through that summary, Richard?
Happy to start you off, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I'd probably start at page 5.
Yep.
So the submission form had a question: do you support the goals in the Ashburton Airport Development Plan? Generally, good support. 69% said yes, 19% said no, and 12% did not answer. Ordinarily, when you get to the comments, which start on page 6, that's where the chair would walk the elected members through those and ask for any questions or comments as they go. And I'm loath to take on your role, but I'm happy to speak to the graphs as you come to those.
Thank you. Thank you. We've all got our summary in front of us. Has anybody got any comments, questions? There are a number of anonymous submissions there, ensuring financial independence, etc. Ashburton Citizens Association supports all 4 goals.
So through Mr. Chair, I just wonder whether Richard or Colin, you could just repeat the 4 goals so that it's really clear that when you're looking at numbers like 75 out of 109, which must be about 73%, that 73% of the people are supporting these 4 goals, if that's what we've got. I think that would be a really helpful statement at the front end.
Thank you.
The 4 goals are on page 8 of the draft development plan, and they read: 1. Ashburton Airport is enabled to become more financially independent. 2. More people are attracted to Ashburton Airport for activities that support the vibrancy and viability of the facility. 3. Ashburton Airport is sustainably managed to support the increased use of the facility over the next 30 years. 4. Ashburton Airport remains an appealing, thriving hub for the local community and visiting aviation enthusiasts for the next 30 years.
Thank you. I see Councillor Wilson has a question.
Yes, my question is, once we're at the next stage, when you were going to start looking at submissions, why have we got 18 anonymous? I mean, we usually get 1 or 2. Why is there 18? Is there that many people don't want their name brought forward, or what? Is it somebody doubled up, or what's the position regarding the viability of anonymous submissions? We look like we give them as much weight as somebody with their name on it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can't answer your question, of course, directly because we don't know why they're anonymous. I think the way I would look at it, or suggest you might to think about looking at it, is consider the ideas. In the end, they're feedback to our plan, and regardless of anonymity, there's ideas worth considering in the milieu of all the other ideas. That would be how I would recommend you approach it.
Thank you. Richard, anything further? Oh, sorry, Councillor Lovett.
I'd say first that I was a bit disappointed amongst our goals that we haven't got safety at number one. It should be, to me, health and safety should be our first and foremost goal.
Yep. Through Mr. Chair, the reason that I asked Richard to read those goals is that it's really critically important that councillors understand what is being supported by the feedback. So rightly or wrongly, they were the goals that you adopted in the draft development plan. They're the goals that were up front and centre that you consulted the community on, and you've got nearly 70% supporting those goals. Now, you can argue now whether or not they were right or could have been embellished, but the point is, in terms of that feedback, 70% of the submitters are saying they support those 4 goals, and that's why I thought it was important that Richard read them now, so that there's just a reminder of what those people are supporting. And whether or not they were the right goals, you could debate now all day long, but it doesn't change the feedback, doesn't change what you asked the community to comment on.
You've just made a mistake there, but I see Danny Brown making a note here that when the consultation went out, there has been no data being presented to the people who, on flights, how many flights and everything else that could happen at the airport. There was lack of information and the data aspect of it all.
Again, Mr. Chair, come back to the goals. The goals were to make the airport more financially independent of the ratepayer, a sustainable operation, increasing activity, enabling Ashburton community and visitors to enjoy the facility. That's what we asked the community to consider.
Councillor Cameron.
I have a question with regards to issues and ideas on the flight school. 2 separate matters. We're not talking about whether we have a flight school or not at this stage. But flight school use permitted under district plan, does that need a question mark or is that a statement?
That's a statement.
So currently under the district plan, that there is a flight school use permitted.
Correct.
So that means that the neighbours have been consulted with regards to the noise, or they're aware of the implications of a flight school and stuff? No?
No. Ian might like to comment on in terms of the particulars of the district plan and what permitted activity means.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. So the important point, as the chief executive said, is it's the activity that's permitted. So the activity of flight training, which is always, as I understand it, been part of the activities on the aerodrome, is permitted. And when the district plan was last adopted, which I think was the last time it was looked at, that was when the consultation occurred about what could happen on that site. So yes, it has been consulted on historically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
First of all, Mr. Chair, if I may, are we in question mode or comment mode?
I guess we're in question mode.
Okay. My question is, Mr. Chair, to all councillors, what do you think of the idea of adding an extra goal with safety in? Yeah. I asked in background to the question, Mr. Chair, I actually agree with the goals we've got, but I hear safety, so my question is to all councillors, do you think we should add a safety goal?
Well, that's easy enough to put in. Operating procedures, CAA rules, everything else, there should be enough safety, but if you want to have a goal to have safety, no problem as far as I can see. Anybody got an opposite opinion?
Yes, I do.
Angus, can you put your light off, please? Councillor Brown.
I do. We've got 4 points what we gave to the people. That's the ones we can discuss. If you put a number 5 in, it's not been done properly with submissions. And safety in an airport is already there.
Thank you. Councillor Rawlinson.
I support Angus. I think that the word safety may not have been in there, and yes, it's in all the CAA stuff, but it's, to me, safety is one of the glaring things that's come through with a lot of the submissions, not just a minimum, but a lot of submissions, safety has come through. And while we all know that, yes, it should be automatically there, I think it would be beneficial to have it noted because it's been strongly requested.
Thank you.
Through Mr. Chair, noting, well, assuming, which perhaps I shouldn't, that the will of council is to add that goal, it would be very helpful for us to have the specific wording of that goal, because just saying, shall we add our safety goal? And the reason I say that is, what are we then going to do with the goal? How will it dictate the development of the airport? Will it stop all development because there is an element of risk in anything further we do? That's probably not council's intention. How do we judge this goal will depend very much on the way it's crafted, which we don't yet have. So maybe it's unfair to do that right now. Maybe we have to park that and come back to it in some fashion. But yes. But what are we adding, and what will that impact have as we consider go through the balance of the deliberations?
So what you're saying then is that how do we actually word our plan when it comes to safety, when already there's road safety rules, there's air safety rules, there's parking rules? Do we need to have it?
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to make it too complicated, because the intent, makes sense that we have an utter commitment to operating a safe airport. I just think it needs some thinking through as to what that then means in terms of, does that mean we might have one more flight because that, and to some degree, impacts or increases the risk or lessens the safety to a tiny degree? That's probably not what you intend. But the wording, I think, would be important, which we don't have and can't expect to, because it's an idea that's come from the debate.
Thank you. Maybe Councillor Mackay.
Would I be right in assuming, Mr. Chair, that because I was only allowed to ask a question and others are allowed to comment, that I can't give the Chief Executive an answer?
You can comment.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Go back on it.
So you would like to comment, is that what you're telling me?
Chair, if you want some background to the question, I asked if we could ask questions or make comment. You said questions. I then framed my thoughts about safety into a question. You then let 2 councillors and the Chief Executive make comment, and I'm not allowed to comment, obviously, because I'm only allowed to ask questions, but I could comment on what the Chief Executive has said.
Please feel free to comment.
Sorry?
Please feel free to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Makes you any
I'm pleased we're in
happier.
deliberations at last. Thank you. Well done. I don't mean, Mr. Chief Executive, that we narrow it to our own safety controls. I mean that we have regard for safety of all decisions we make as an overarching goal. That would be guided independently by the different functions. Like, for example, if we have skydivers, there may be some CCA rules that we could include in there. If we have flight schools, there could be some safety we put in. Just to have regard like that for it as a top goal is where I'm coming from, not to limit anything at this stage.
Is that possible?
Yes, it's certainly possible. Yep. if that's the will of council.
Hands up if we want to have an overarching comment about health. Safety, sorry. Yeah, not health, sorry. Safety. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's carried. Could I ask the Chief Executive to, sometime in the immediate future, to get staff to word something appropriately? Thank you. Right then. Any other questions? Councillor Wilson.
Yes, while you're talking about safety, I think it could have an overarching thing at the finish. Once we make all these decisions, it could state we take into account at all times the safety of the users and the citizens. Because we have to take into account the safety of the people that live around the airport as well. Because it'll be traffic safety, it'll be aircraft safety, it'll be whole overall sight of the decisions we make take into account that it won't limit anything because it's safe or unsafe, but it'll be part of a decision that somebody in the future makes, that it is part of it.
Thank you. I think Chief Executive's got the message there and the right wording.
Yes, the wording I'm particularly focused on is with regard to.
Yes, yeah.
So that those other goals are not negated, but they have to sit within a regard for safety.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
I'm going to suggest, well, I agree with Councillor Wilson, but I'm going to suggest that we just start going through our summary and then the safety aspect is left, as Councillor Wilson said at the end, but is covered by everything. But I think we're not going to achieve anything if we don't start going through the deliberations.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Take Councillor McMillan's suggestion on board, but I'm thinking safety, in the community outcomes, we've got visions, values and goals. And under values, there's one there, and at the moment it reads, Ashburton Airport serves residents as a nice place for their aviation passions, businesses, events and gatherings. We could put Ashburton Airport serves residents as a safe place for their aviation passions, businesses, events and gatherings. Put safe into the value under people. So Hamish, perhaps you could look at that if it fits there.
We'll give effect to the intent to the best of our ability and recirculate it to see whether it meets that need.
Councillor Falloon.
Just a bit of background information or background question. Under the district plan, we can do a number of activities on the airport land. Or anyone who wants to do something out there, who do they make application to? Do they make application just to administration at the district council, or does anything have to come before council to be approved as an activity at the airport itself?
Through Mr. Chair, it depends completely on the activity and the terms and conditions of it as it relates to the delegated authorities that officers in particular have. So there's delegated authorities, for example, to our commercial manager to enter into property leases, and if a lease conformed with that delegation, he would have the authority to enter into that lease. If it doesn't conform with that delegation, then it would need to come back to council. So normal delegations would cover your question. Someone's light's on.
Oh, Stuart, could you put your light off, please?
Supplementary, does that include activities?
Yes, in this case, given our planner's advice that a flight school is a permitted activity at the airport, there's no further permission required from a planning perspective. It's permitted. Your plan says it's permitted. Then if they make a proposal and they approach the property team within their delegated authorities, they could enter into that lease. That's the way we're structured. That's how we work. We don't consider the activities of the tenant other than as whether it's a permitted activity, because you've already done all that work and consulted the community in terms of your district plan. You can't then say you don't want that permitted activity as a separate decision. That's what the district plan represents.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I believe we've made a decision on 1.2. 69% supported our goals. So unless we go against what the majority want, as a council, I think we take up to page 8. That's the result of the consultant of the survey. 70% virtually said in favour. There was only 19% definitely said no, and 12 had no answer. So I think we've all read those submissions. Yes. So I think we move on to page 9.
Move on to page 10, actually, levels of rate funding. And we have the Councillor Cameron.
I'm still harking back to the district plan versus the submissions today. I understand there's a few small aviation, flight schools out there, but every submitter today, verbally, and a lot when you read them, are again big flight schools because of the safety issue. And we currently have parachuters jumping up and down as well within the confines of the airport. We have to, and I take your point, Chief Executive, about the delegated authority, but that we have to somehow influence that whilst we are here and can do so. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a shambles where nobody really wants a flight by the sound of it. And I haven't surveyed the councillors, but personally, I've got the message loud and clear. A flight school at 42 ups and 42 downs a day is not desired. And when I listen to people with much more knowledge than myself, I get the feeling that that's the sensible choice to make. So how do we reconcile that with the district plan that allows the officers to do that under delegated authority?
Yeah, and we've been wrestling with that very question ourselves in the office because we understand that question very well. The capacity to deal with it rests around the particular application from the particular flight school. In my own mind, I note that there has been no representation from the flight school to this meeting. There's been no second voice to counteract any of the concerns. There's been no, I'm not seeing any independent expert advice that's been prepared to be committed to paper, which we might normally require in some sort of evidential process. So there's the concern, and it's noted, and it's loud, and we hear it. How do we reconcile that with our capacity as the landlord? That's actually the issue. One of the things that we were dealing with this development plan is that it got complicated because we were developing this development plan at the same time as there was potential for a flight school to come here. We could have said the flight school is permitted under the district plan. We don't need to talk about it in the development plan, and we wouldn't have ended up in this kind of mushy sort of regulatory space we've got ourselves into. We felt it was far more transparent, particularly to the community, to acknowledge the potential for a flight school as we developed the development plan, because we would have looked quite duplicitous, I think, had we consulted on a 30-year plan while approving a flight school over here under the district plan. So we said to the flight school, please wait, we're going through this development plan, and we will need to get the community's feedback on the idea of a flight school, not the specific application. So we've ended up now hearing what the submitters have had to say, still acknowledging that it's permitted, but having the right as the landlord not to grant them a lease to our airport. One of the ways that we can deal with it is for, and I was careful to talk about the delegated authorities. If the flight school wanted a lease under terms that were in excess to the delegated authority, then clearly we bring that to council. And I don't have enough knowledge right in my mind at the moment as to the specifics of their application or desire compared to the delegated authorities that we have. But one of the things that we discussed as an exec team just yesterday was the delegated authority, I think, rests around a 10-year lease, but nothing longer is under delegated authority. And we think that the flight school were looking for a longer term lease than that. That would bring it to council, for example, without having to have a special rule that suspends delegations because of some submissions on a sensitive issue, which would be a difficult way for us to run the business. So we hear exactly what your concern is, and there is potential for us to bring any proposal here for council decision as a separate process if it was to be outside the delegations. Having said that, any officer with delegated authority will be very mindful of this debate and I can assure you is not blindly going to proceed just because they have delegated authority, knowing perhaps that the will of the council and the community is being expressed in a different way. So that's a reasonably long-winded answer without a definite.
So basically it's trust in the officer and trust in the chief executive, and if there's any sort of massive conflict, it would come to council. Is basically what.
If it's outside the delegation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise for me the problem then is the district plan's a legal document.
Of course.
So if it's permitted, it's permitted. There's nothing you can't challenge that. Equally, every time you get to an issue that you're not quite sure you can trust officers, you want to then revisit the delegations, then we've got an impossible operating environment as council staff, because we don't know where we stand on anything. So now we better come to you for everything. But we're hearing loud and clear the debate.
For a lot
this
of
particular
reasons,
issue,
yeah.
but I do repeat, this council has not seen the application in any real detail. They've not heard any answers to the accusations. They've not had any expert evidence someone's been prepared to commit in writing, other than what submitters are able to relay to us third hand. So you've got to be pretty careful. We've got to work through this properly.
Of course, and also bearing in mind, presumably the council can charge a reasonable and fair landing fee, and the council can ensure that the runways are maintained per whatever, or have conditions upon that
that's
assignment.
Right.
Yeah. May I? Thank you. I've got one more question to ask on the topic in hand.
Thank you.
But that was important, I think. Level of rates funding. Many of the submitters, and I've written them all down, but I don't need to go through them all, have said they do not believe we spend $92,000 on management of the airport, and they did not understand the system of assigning the overhead to the airport. How do we reckon, like that will presumably go up each year as salaries and wages go up, or as overheads go up, or inflations go up? How do we recoup that? Do we review our fees and charges, landing fees and charges annually, or how is,
For every service. The airport is not special in that regard.
No,
Our dog fees are set with overheads in them, etc. Yes, but make it clear, the sort of the easy accusation that we just lump money at the airport.
Oh, we know we don't.
Is not true.
No, it's not.
We have a very sophisticated and complicated cascading overhead allocation process that says what it costs to run the airport, because it's part of this council.
I don't think that the people that submitted understood that. No.
They may not, but it doesn't make it not true.
No, I'm not suggesting. I know it's not true, because I've sat around here while we've discussed it. Yeah.
So is that the question? Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Just to refresh my memory, have we actually had a formal application from the flight school, or have we just had a tentative inquiry as to the possibility?
We've had so many discussions with the flight school, I think we can call it a formal application. But what we haven't done is sat down to negotiate a lease. So we understand the parameters of their desired operation and commercial arrangements. We understand what that is, but we have not, our property team hasn't sat down to negotiate a lease with them, because we're waiting for this process.
Thank you. Well, I think we can let the flight school just rest for a moment. Councillor Mackay.
You've made a determination.
Councillor Brown.
Well, I'm still on the flight
He's
school
still on
if I
the
can.
flight school.
Just the reason I'd like to say this: we had a couple of people starting off. Graham and Joe were the first ones, and I asked them about the full the capacity of the airfield, and they said it's full for crash. So hard surface is going to cost millions. So really, to me, and Owen Moore said it as well, 3 minutes every landing, and that is an international airport. It's not going to happen here. I can't see that happening. So if it happens, it will be 30 or 40 years from now. It's just listening to the submitters basically told me that it can't be done without spending a lot of money.
Thank you for that, Councillor Brown. The reason I said we'll park it, I think we're all fully aware of what the public think, and I'm pretty sure we're aware of what councillors think. And although the Chief Executive has said we're having discussions with him and he would believe that it's an official application, until it gets to that stage and we know what the terms that they're wanting are, we can't really make a decision. So that's the reason I said, well, let's just park it for now and get on with the rest of the submissions for the airport. So we'll go to page 10, preferred level, sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Totally disagree. And look, if the Chief Executive and the management knew this was coming, and was virtually signalled that it would come, why the hell didn't they have some research done? And they knew whether it was safe. They knew what was happening in Oamaru. They knew what Canterbury Aero Club knew about the flights down there. They should have had some answers, or are they going to blindly agree to it, even though the rest of us were totally uninformed what was going on? They haven't. If these outfit knew what they wanted, why didn't they come to this hearing and put their point of view to everybody? Are they too gutless to do that? Why? To me, it's crazy. We passed the district plan, but we expect the management to keep us informed. Once more, we're kept in the blind. So is nobody going to defend them? As I say, if the management knew they were going to come in, you should have asked them to come and defend this case. If ever there was a case for them to defend, it would have been at this hearing.
Mr. Chair, rightly or wrongly, we viewed this development plan as a 30-year blueprint for the Ashburton Airport, as opposed to a process that was going to give approval to a particular application. So the dilemma is that you wouldn't have a 30-year plan that would contemplate one particular application. The complication is that we have the application at the same time, and back to the earlier discussion, feels very dishonest for us to push it aside completely, but nor can the development plan be so specific that it's about an individual flight school. It should be about whether flight schools per se should be encouraged at the airport over the 30 years, and then this particular application, is sitting there to conform with that overall development. But I acknowledge the point, it's tricky. By the way, we did have a briefing on the flight school proposal around this table, so I don't think it's completely, no. Well, I remember Simon doing it. So it's not completely true to say that it's been in an absolute black hole. But if we had gone the other way, if we had decided that this process was all about the flight school, that would have been an odd way to think about it for the 30-year development. So rightly or wrongly, we decided that we need to sort of make the community aware of it, but not make this development plan all about one flight school application. Because if they've lost the desire to come and are no longer ready to proceed with the flight school, then what does our development plan say about flight schools in general over the next 30 years? Is it an activity that we should be encouraging? Is it an activity that no one wants per se? Or how should the development plan contemplate that matter, as opposed to the development plan? As this wasn't a hearing on the Air Academy Limited, this was a hearing about the development plan, but it's complicated because we've got it right there in the wings. So where we are, we tried to steer the process in the best possible way we could, acknowledging the desire for an overall development plan, with the fact that we had this flight school discussion going on at the same time.
Could I just clarify something from my own mind? If we regard the application that's been made as formal, because we've had several discussions with them, and if that application complies with the district plan, does the decision whether they come or not come back to this table, or does staff just make it?
Well, that comes back to the earlier question around delegated authority, because they can. It's permitted activity by the district plan. So as our planner says, the district plan says you can have a flight school at an airport. So it's a permitted activity.
So
whether or not we grant them a lease to operate their particular flight school under particular conditions at our airport is then a matter for the lease discussion. And we have delegated authorities that manage our capacity to enter into leases.
So can you clarify whether there's been negotiations started as to the terms of a lease and how long it's likely to be?
Yeah. So perhaps, Simon, you might like to comment.
It says here that the second is expected application. So we haven't got an application from them yet. Is that what we're saying?
No, we were saying we're trying to separate out the matters of the development plan from the particular application from one flight school operator. We're trying to separate out the plan. Now, I'm sensing that our desire to do that is not working. It hasn't worked. It's not working. This development plan is getting more and more tangled up with the view that we have of one particular flight school, as opposed to thinking, what do we want our airport to be over the next 30 years? So I don't know. I would probably value, Mr. Chair, an adjournment, and I'd just like to consider with the staff what we do next, because if our strategy of separating these things out is failing and isn't meeting either yours or the community's needs, then I think a little pause just to think about how we might now approach it. In the end, we felt we couldn't develop a development plan and not refer to the flight school.
No, I think
the development plan was never about the flight school. It was about the overall future of the airport.
Okay, I think that's fair comment, but what concerns me is that an application may be made, it may comply with the district scheme, it may be within the time and the conditions that a delegated authority can make a decision, and then we get that decision made and it goes against all the information and the wishes of the people who have made submissions. Mind you, I do qualify that by saying nobody in all of the submissions has actually given me a figure of what all the incidents were. There's been talk about all sorts of things, but that's leading a debate on further. So, okay, what do you think?
I'd just like five minutes with our team.
I want to ask a question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rawlinson.
Well, mine's in the same vein, and I'd written these down ages ago, but given that where you were, that a person under delegated authority could make a decision, and then at council table we get told, and then suddenly we find out all the information we found out today. So my questions were, when an application comes in, how much research do you do? Do you consult with the CAA about their safety records? Do you just consult with their local council or local authority to see what has been happening and the reality of it? Because an application can be glossed up and look pretty good, but you need to drill down into the reality of it. And my other comment is, if we had an application on the table from a smaller training school that was much smaller, had a good reputation, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation. So, you know, I think that we do need to plant it on the table for now, but I won't be here in 3 weeks, so I wanted to have my say.
Perhaps Colin might be able to answer how he would approach that.
How would you approach this, Colin?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the commercial manager does have delegation to do certain things in the 10-year rule, but we always vet every single application and we go down to the nth degree before we grant any sort of licence and lease, and we look at all the effects. So not only the district plan, but it's also the effect on what it's going to have on the neighbours, the tenure of it, the income that is going to generate, and we just keep on asking questions. We do our homework. We wouldn't agree to anything unless we talk to any others. Similar type operations throughout New Zealand before we made any sort of a decision. Then we would go to the leadership team. So it wouldn't just be automatic, I'd sign it off and then the group manager business support would sign it off. It wouldn't happen.
Richard?
I'm aware that when we had the discussions about amongst officers the first time we became aware of the flight school application, that it was probably fair to say that Simon was concerned he had an interested developer bringing some significant economic value to the district. He didn't want a consultation that was going to blow out the timeframes and maybe we lost their interest. Colin wanted a 30-year blueprint for the airport development plan, and he didn't want the waters muddied with the flight school. And the executive team, correctly in my view, believed that it was absolutely unfeasible to go out and talk about a development plan when you knew you had a big development potentially in the pipeline. And we're all looking at the flight school as a problem, but as a policy analyst, I think the flight school has been a gift to this council, not because it's going to produce good things for Ashburton, but it's made us think about this development plan in the context of if something really big came along that changed the character of the airport, what does that mean for us? And if we hadn't had that in the document and in the background, we may not have actually given consideration to some of the really serious issues that have been raised around safety, around the ability of the infrastructure to support the operation, around the impact on runways. So it's taken us into a bit of a hole that we now need to dig ourselves out of, but it's actually been a hell of a gift because we'll make a much better decision as a consequence of having had to go through this. I think you should simply resolve that you expect the chief executive to bring you a decision on the lease. I think, knowing Hamish and his judgment, that there's no way he's going to want that decided by officers after what's taken place in this council chamber today. But if you need assurance, pass a resolution. I also think his suggestion about an adjournment would be really good right now.
Can we just have 10 minutes? I'd just like to talk to him.
Councillors who've got your lights on, going to hold you there for a moment if you would, and grant an adjournment for 10 minutes for the Chief Executive. ask the Chief Executive to give us an update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our proposal would be that any specific lease come back to council, so that you will be the arbiter of a particular lease to a particular outfit for a particular activity around the flight school at the airport, and we will obviously get that proposal into the shape where it could be properly considered by council. So that's an acknowledgement of the sensitivity of the issue, and then you'll be able to bring your wisdom to bear on the particular proposal. And then that way we think we've separated out from the overall development plan, but given due note to the concerns of the community and to the discussion that's evolving around the council table. So that would be our proposal if it makes sense to council.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. So what we are being told is any proposal to a flight school for the leasing of part of the airport will come to council table for councillors' consideration and approval or otherwise. Is that correct? That is correct?
Yes, a minor language thing, that the particular proposal that is causing the debate at the moment.
The particular proposal that's causing the debate. Are we all agreed, Councillor Brahm? I see your lights on.
Yes, I am. I'm quite happy with it. Because let's get on and forget about this one on the moment. Get the plan done there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Falloon.
I believe that this thing needs to be parked on the side, and we carry on and finish off with a plan. I just wonder, with what the CEO's just come back to us and said, that it will come back to council to discuss any lease. But if this is already a permitted activity under the district plan, does that not leave council open to objections from the developer?
No, my understanding, and Ian could correct me, the district plan simply says it's permitted activity. As the landlord, we have the right to grant a lease or not. So those two things are not incompatible.
Councillor Mackay.
I turned my light off, Mr. Chair, when the Chief Executive made his first speech after coming back in the room. I've turned it back on because it now sounds as if it's any flight school from your words, sir. So, first of all, I'd like a definition of what it is. I agree with the Chief Executive's first words.
I heard him say this particular flight school that's been discussed. Any.
Our intention was
Mr. Chair, I've got the floor, have I?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chair, we have a district plan that allows permitted activity for flight schools. And I can understand why that was put there, because of maybe the Aero Club was going to have a small flight school. And other could come along and have small flight schools. We also now have the word safe, or paragraph about safe, in the 30-year plan. So I believe the officers who make the delegation, who exercise the delegation, will have to go with the district plan. They'll also have to go with some weight to our 30-year plan, and that will cover everything. I actually think council's gone a bit far in this case with the Chief Executive having to bring one flight school to the council table, but if councillors agree with it, that'll be the case. So I think we already had it covered by having word safe in a sentence that the officer would have to take into account in the 30-year plan. I actually think, councillors, you've gone too far in breaking the trust under governance, but that's okay.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I think all the leases out there should come to the council table, whether flight schools or whatever they are, and things that haven't even been invented yet in the next 30 years, just in case it's going to be something that council or the general public of Ashburton don't want at our airport. But another question, what about a sublease? What happens with a sublease? Because I've learnt today that some leases out there have been sublet to other people. So could a certain flight school sublease some land and a hangar off another person and she's all go?
Don't know. I don't know without thinking
Through
about
Mr.
that.
Chairman, any of our leases contain conditions in there that they need to come back to the landlord before they can sublease anything. In saying that, though, some people are remiss in doing that.
Right. I'd like to get on, but Councillor Brahm.
Oh, sorry. No. Let's get going what we're doing. Like, Aero Club is there already. They're a school. So we can't take that word out. We have to leave it in. It might be the Aero Club, it might be something else.
Yeah. Thank you. Are we all agreed then that this particular flight school makes an application, the lease will be presented to councillors for approval or not? Are we all in favour? Anybody against? You're against?
I think I'm against because we want to look at any flight school because they're not the submitters are not commenting on this particular one. They're commenting on the movements up and down. 42 movements up, 42 movements down. So we're looking at any activity that would impinge on the viability of the runway, on the safety of the users out at the airport. Because it could be in that this, as the Chief Executive alluded to, this particular flight school may not even turn up. Could be another one next year.
I take your point, Councillor Cameron. I think we will stick to the flight school that's been discussed under the development plan for the airport, and we'll face the other applications as and if they happen at some time later on, because they may well fall under delegated authority. So
they will. I've got my light on.
They may. It will depend on the application.
It'll depend, yes. It'll depend upon the application of whatever flight school, whether it falls under delegated authority. So I am, unless I'm violently overruled, I'm going to rule that we're moving on and that we're happy that the application from this particular flight school that's referred to in the airport development plan, the lease arrangements will come back to council for approval at a later date. Are we anybody opposed to that course of action? Two?
So you heal this time.
You're opposed? 1, 2, 3 opposed? It's carried. Moving to page 10, preferred level of rates funding. Current funding about 60%, moderate funding 30%. Anybody got any comments on the submissions? Some people were happy for more equivalent or more rates to be paid to the ratepayer to support the operations. No comments?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It was a funny sort of question in a way. It's like saying, do you want to pay rates or not? Of course, they're happy if the ratepayers pay 60%. I like the idea that perhaps we aim at 50%, but as some submitters have said, are commercial operators or semi-commercial operators paying for the use of the airport, seeing they use it as a commercial thing rather than a recreational thing, whether you can separate that?
Councillor Brahm.
I'm just saying that we said at the council that we wanted to get the rates going down, so I rather see it going to the 50-30% mark, and the commercial ones can pay more. The people who are using it, that would be my feeling.
Councillor Cameron.
We heard today from the Citizens Association, they submitted a proposal, reduce the rate contribution by 5% annually. Seems reasonable, but we also heard from a couple of submitters that the commercial rates are cents compared to dollars from, recreational users. I would like to see the rates, the landing fees at least equalised. so that the commercial payers are not subsidised by the recreational users.
Thank you, Councillor Lovett.
I would support putting the commercial up that they need to, and the community-based, I think it needs to be at a level that we encourage the community to use the airport and go out there and enjoy it and have lots of activities. I just don't want to see the airport being killed by putting the rates up too high. And I don't think that the town, people really worry too much. If we've got a good airport out there and it adds value to this town, and I don't want to see it killed.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the rates and the ratepayer funding at 60% as it is now. That airport out there is exclusive use.
Yeah.
It's not like a domain, it's not like a park where ratepayers fund it, where anyone can go and set up there for their picnic or their barbecue or kick the ball around or whatever and use a playground is the same. It's exclusive use, and the ratepayer contribution should over time decrease to reflect that exclusive use. You need an aeroplane to use the airport. They're not cheap to have, they're not cheap to run, and it needs reasonable landing fees and operation fees payable by them for the operation that they undertake. It's not a cheap man's sport. So why should the ratepayer subsidise that to a large extent?
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I agree. Keep with the 60% at the moment, and similar to the Mayor and Councillor Cameron, slowly bring that down. And I'm just thinking about the elderly person's housing model that we had, where it sort of, the fees came up and the rates came down so that they met in the middle. Maybe that sort of system might work going forward, but obviously we can't look at fees until the next annual plan. But keep it at 60. Yeah.
Mr. Chief Executive.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could just ask Colin the differential that currently exists between commercial and casual, and I think I heard someone use the word equalise, which may be quite a significant effect on the commercial operators. But maybe, Colin, you might just like to give us the actual numbers.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So the income that we get out there is partially fees from the landing fees, which is set annually, and the other income is from the leases. So there is a differential between the the private plane operators and the commercial ones, and I think it's about
$6 is the new rate for recreation.
So $6 is the new rate per metre, and $9 for commercial.
Yeah.
That's for the lease of your hangars.
And is there a differential for the landing fees?
Only the weight. So we looked at all the landing fees, similar type airports throughout the whole of New Zealand, and we're on a par with that. So it's on the weight of the aircraft.
So does that, I'd just like to make sure that with that comment, does that mean that council is happy that there's no change to the current landing fees? Because I heard a comment somewhere about equalising them in order to diminish the rates, but equalising them is it either means the commercial's got to drop or the casual's got to go up. Because doesn't, for example, Colin, isn't there a fertiliser spreader that pays an annual fee to use the airport?
That's correct.
Yeah. So how does that relate to casual use?
Well, it's completely different.
That's right.
So one is a landing fee per landing, and we have an annual one for if they want to pay for 12 calendar months, and then anything like that, because he's in and out all over the place. So he pays an annual fee.
That's right. So that's the discussion that I wanted to emerge, because you can't easily have the same landing fee when you've got those very different operators accessing the airport in a very different way. And so if you accept that the status quo broadly makes sense, then how are we approaching a diminution of the rates input? What's council's approach to trying to achieve the mayor's outcome, or the stated outcome in here, if we don't challenge the landing fees or the hangar rentals or something. Something has to change if we're going to give effect to that.
How does our annual landing fee for the likes of the top dressing operator compare to other airports?
So when we, through the chair, when we set those rates, we look at what other airports are charging, and our rates are consistent with other airports. For example, top dressing plane pays about $800 a year for the 20 or 30 days that he uses. Other users, for example, the flight school, we were looking to charge them $1,200 a year per aircraft operating on the field, which was consistent with what other airports charging their commercial operators.
Thank you. We've got 60% would like the current level of funding, and 30 to 50%, 27% wanted to reduce it. Councillor Rawlinson.
I think my view would be that leave it as it is at the moment, but in the next annual plan, start bringing the fees out there up. You'll never equalise them, but respectively, whatever they are, that they undergo small increases. And I don't know what those small increases will be, but it means then that you're creeping the fees up and you're creeping down the ratepayer's contribution. To me, that's a logical way to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
The mayor's got the fees up, and annual fee is $115. A lane, 121. Oh, okay, sorry, $6 out, $121. Eh? What? I couldn't hear you. Sorry. Oh yeah. Well, I'm just looking at Neil's laptop, and then a casual fee for over 1,500 kilos is 15.
Could you talk into your?
Well, I can't. Thank you. For goodness sakes, very loud anyway. And a casual fee over 1,500 kilos is $15 or $16. So the annual fee, 121 divided by 16, 160 is 10. It's about 7 landings. How many times would a commercial operator doing top dressing land on that airport?
Through the chair, he has stated around 30 operating days per year.
So that could be once a day, or is that multiple times per day?
Multiple.
This fee for an individual, casual user, is that once a day, or is that multiple times a day, or is that per event?
For a recreational aircraft coming into the airport, they're charged once a day. So, for example, you may have an aircraft that comes in and does 10 touch and goes. They'll be charged once for that.
So that's consistent, but the fee is too light, isn't it, for 30 days a year?
Could I suggest then that we take note of that and we look at that at the next annual plan? Because we're going to be here all day, we're going to debate what the actual charges are. Mayor Brown.
Oh, sorry.
Right, got rid of you. Councillor Lovett.
I would say we keep the fees the same, and I think we've got to look at it. A lot of these users are Aero Club people, and they maintain these runways, don't they? They're volunteers out there, so. And if we're in line with other airports, we're in danger of losing these guys to another smaller airport or setting up. I know the top dressing plane's at home at the moment, and he does 5 runs, and then he's over to the airport refuelling, and he's probably doing about 8 landings or 9 during the day, filling up at the airport. So they're in and out like little bees.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Mr Chair, this being a 30-year plan, and I look at the words working towards at the end of the question that's been asked, so I think the words should not be that we stick with the current funding. I think the words should be that council move towards reduced ratepayer funding of the airport, and just leave it at that, and that gives guidance to council at each annual plan to take those words into account when setting the rates and the lease, etc, etc, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Does that give staff an indication of what we're thinking? Everybody? Richard.
Mr Chairman, we prepared a presentation for when you got to the end of the submission book, and you're actually doing what we're going to take you through in the presentation. Normally when you consider the submissions, you have questions, you have comments, you move on, and then we get into the decision making. We're a bit, I'm happy for you to do this whatever way you want, but I and my colleagues have put a fair bit of time into a presentation which you might want to look at the end and see how many you got right. With all due respect, obviously every decision you make is the right decision.
Thank you for your advice. This is completely new to me, sitting in this chair at this sort of function. Okay, are we happy just to continue the way we're going, or do you want to hear the submissions? Righto, we'll go to page 18. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Mackay.
I'll withdraw the comments I made and look forward to what the Honourable Advisor said. So what I've done is I'm willing to withdraw my comments about the words to be used, and I look forward to hearing what the Honourable Gentleman is going to tell us at the end and go through the decision making.
Executive decision. I'll get Richard to do his airport development plan slides.
I think the suggestion is just to finish going through the submissions first.
Oh, okay, right.
I'm quite happy for page 18. Most people are quite happy with the locations and the space for the recreational
Any
hangars.
comments? Questions? Right.
I've got a question, sorry.
Question,
And now I've
Councillor
lost
McMillan.
it. So there is Mid-Canterbury Euro Club wrote, asked that the experienced airfield users be included in further development of the hangar house proposal. Are we on to that now? No. I've jumped ahead, sorry. I've jumped ahead. I'll come back to that.
We were talking about recreational hangars. Any questions? That's page 18.
They were,
Councillor Wilson.
on our map, they were way down the left-hand corner, weren't they?
Yes. No. Recreational hangars were down in the bottom left-hand corner of that big, pretty picture.
Within that triangle, or how far back did they go?
They're next to the speedway.
Yes, correct. Next to the speedway.
That's the wrong
Councillor
way.
Cameron.
We did have some submitters that were concerned, for example, that the museum, that it was concerned that they wanted space in front of their museum, so there was no increased hangars in front of their museum.
Yeah,
And
that's
we
not
also-
recommended. Sorry.
No, I'm just recreational hangar precinct, I'm just discussing the question. Yeah, the other question that we had concerns was about the view, that we didn't interfere, we minimised our impact on the view.
Correct.
And I just think we need to consider that as well.
Are we all aware where the recreation hangars were suggested? Are we all aware of that? Because we're going to go talk round in circles.
Yeah, I think I'm on the wrong side. I thought it was Morris Road.
Morris
on
Road
the other side.
Morris Road is the hangar homes.
Can we put a map up, Richard, please?
Yeah. Of course, I think we're talking the wrong way.
It's here.
Recreation is right next to the, on the extended land goes right there.
Yes.
Next to the speedway.
I thought it was the commercial one.
It's here.
Commercial hangars were going
Yes,
along
on the top.
Seafield Road.
Top.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, there, this one's got the picture.
So the map is now up
okay.
there.
Okay, yep. So the housing is on Morris Road. Sorry,
Yes.
yeah, I've got it sorted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
questions?
the aerial photo you've got is kind of upside down.
Yep.
North at the bottom of that photo and south at the top roughly, but in this case, this image, north is towards the top of the page, and that blue area is what we've identified as the new recreational hangar precinct in the draft plan, and it sort of starts from the corner of Murdoch's Road, and I think it's Milton Road North.
Yep. Right. Yep. Got it.
Okay, any questions now? Councillor Brahm? Off, thank you. Move on then to hangar home precincts, page 23. We've heard a number of submissions about them, most of them pretty in favour. The hangar home precinct, 64% said yes. The location of the hangar home precinct, 58% said yes.
Just bring up the location of them on the map, please.
Morris Road. Oh, did I miss one? Oh. Yeah, okay. So any questions about the hangar home precinct? Councillor Rawlinson.
There's quite a bit of mention in submissions about it not being on Morris Road, that perhaps we could extend the services down Murdoch's Road and carry on that line along the back of the airport. And also, I note some suggested that commercial hangars could also be there. And I think it's something that we need to give some consideration to, because it's backing onto the Sims farm, I realise, but there is a track right down there now. And we have talked about that round the table, or mentioned it in general discussions about perhaps developing the services along there. So I'd like to think that that idea is left open as well.
You mean down Morris Road?
No, Murdoch's Road.
Oh, Murdoch's Road, sorry.
Extension, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's quite a few submissions not appreciating the fact that it could be on Morris Road.
But that entails the purchase of more land, is that what you're saying?
No, because we've got airport land on, when you come off Murdoch's Road, and there's Milton, and you go straight along the back of the airport, bounding Sims Farm. There's a
runway there.
Well, there's quite a lot of suggestions in the submissions about it. Hangar homes being on the Murdoch's Road extension. That's all I'm commenting on.
Okay, right.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
At the risk of complicating an already complicated conversation, there are opportunities to put buildings along the Murdoch Road frontage. The Murdoch Road frontage, but really they hinge on relocating runway 1129, which is the one that runs parallel. While there is a strip there now, by the time you allow for the 75-metre safety margin from the centre of the runway, there isn't really room to build there.
That's my question. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor Lovett.
That was my question. The distance, was it feasible? But obviously, it's not. The distance isn't there between the boundary and the runway.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Mayor Brown.
Yeah. So if you did move the hangar homes to Murdoch's Road, you would need to remove a runway, which would, I think, need some more consultation if that was necessary. But wherever they're going to go, it's not a right that they'll get a consent for their wastewater disposal. That will have to go through an ECAN process if there's to be septic tanks, unless there's sewer put out there connecting to the town, and that's not going to be cheap. So there's some more work to do wherever they're going to go. I think potable water is already there.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just further to what the Mayor said, they could use a holding tank if they didn't get consent from ECAN, but if we proceed with the hangar homes, that's most likely going to be a plan change. So that will all be subject to a lot more public consultation and then further submissions and a hearing. So whatever you decide for this development plan will be indicative only, but there will be opportunities for further public input as to final layout and design.
Thank you. Just a query. When we get through all this and it's written up and the submissions are taken note of and councillors' thoughts are put in, the plan gets put back in front of us so we can okay it. I just want to clarify that so everybody, that's how I see it. I just want to make sure that that is correct.
Through the chair, yes, that's absolutely correct. Every draft plan after a submission hearing process comes back to you for final approval.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Right. Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at it from a commercial reality point of view, and I don't think your hangar home precinct along Morris Road is going to be all that saleable type of thing, looking directly out to the east. To me, they would be better to go along Murdoch's Road, and the commercial hangar development would be better to go on Morris Road rather than putting it on Seafield Road where you're blocking out the view, which a number of people have commented on this afternoon.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Can we say, yes, we'd like some hangar homes, but not put the location on, I mean, it's a 30-year plan, depending on what wastewater system, what infrastructure's out there in the next sort of 15, 20 years.
Mr. Chief Executive.
Through Mr. Chair, we could, but I think it would be a stronger plan if it gave some sort of indication where council saw that development happening.
Okay, supplementary, at the end of Murdoch Road, where you've got that green strip between the Speedway and runway 11, would that be suitable for hangar homes?
That's where
the brick. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mayor Brown.
Just to confirm, the hangar homes, wherever they go, they'll be leased, the land will be leased, not sold. Because I think one of the submissions asked for it to be fee simple.
Yeah.
I think it was Greg Martin, it might have been. Yeah. So are they planned to be leased or fee simple?
Leased.
The clear direction from council when we workshopped this was that they were to be leased.
Yeah. Confirmed. Yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I take note from management that we would want them up to a standard. Because, I mean, in Hines, there's a commercial building and they put a toilet and a shower in the back corner of it and they called it a house sort of thing. And I think Donna Fable had, if we're going to have hangar homes, I'd like them to be hangar homes, not a fishing batch with a tin shed. But we would have power to do that. Would we stipulate a standard that they have to be up to?
They would have to comply with the building code, but if you wanted specific design criteria, that could be included in the rules as part of the plan change.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Brahm.
Personally, I think it's great on Morris Road because you can have the living side on Morris Road side, so you see the hills in the sun, and your plane is on the other side. So I think it's the best place.
Thank you. I jumped a page there, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise for that. We'll go back to page 22, commercial hangar. Support for more space for commercial hangars, 61% are in favour and 34% said no. The support for the location of the commercial hangars was 50%. And 45% said no. Now, commercial hangars, the suggestion is along Seafield Road. Questions? I have serious concerns about commercial hangars on Seafield Road. There's too much traffic down there. We'd have to have a pretty safe transport management plan to get people on and off that road. That's just my personal opinion. Mayor Brown.
Has it been decided or looked at yet where the entrance would be to those hangars?
I don't know of any. Can someone advise?
Through Mr. Chair, there already is an existing entrance there.
Okay, whereabouts is it?
It's adjacent to the, we can't see it on their plan, sorry. It was adjacent to the McDonald hangar, which is the one hangar that's out there already.
So it's about the end of the RD of Seafield Road, is it? It's about, something about the yeah.
Down to the right, yeah.
Down.
Oh, yeah. Is that a good
That's
place to have a?
It's just round the bend.
Is that a good place to have it? I don't know.
Mayor Brown. Oh. Councillor Mackay.
Question to you, Mr. Chairman. How many more entrances would there be on the commercial hangar side of Seafield Road to what's on the opposite side of the road now? And what's the difference between that and Bridge Street?
Probably not much, Councillor Mackay. I take your point.
So what's the problem?
What's
the problem?
I said it was a personal opinion. I'm not here to debate the issue. Any further questions? Councillor Rawlinson?
You're just going back to that, if the commercial hangars were there. Now, somebody's submission, and I'm not sure whether it was Joe or who, wrote about the legality of having to have an internal roadway up to those hangars in on the airport side, and no mention of any gateways coming off Seafield Road. Wasn't you? No, somebody wrote in depth, and it was somebody that seemed to know the industry about having to have an internal road that came off from somewhere and went up the inside to those hangars rather than everybody coming in from the road. I don't know what's legal and what's not, but it's in there. I just couldn't put my finger on the what submission it's there, but
perhaps Colin can comment on that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. There was always intention only to have one entrance, and as Councillor Rawlinson said, only an internal road there. We can look at the location of the entrance if you wish, but it would be exactly the same as what we've got now, where those other hangars are, which you see mid Canterbury Area Club there. There's two entrances, but we would only have one entrance.
Thank you. Any other questions? We'll move on to the density of hangar homes on page 27. Now, quite a range there, as you can see. The low density was 23%, medium density was 33%, high density was 10%, no hangar homes was 15%. Questions, comments, thoughts? Mayor, Councillor Brahm.
Personal is just the medium density, 33%.
Councillor Cameron.
How is that density determined? What that just means a number, or are you talking about square metre or size, or what's the? How's that worked out, please?
Through the chair, simply the amount of hangar homes in that applicable sized parcel.
So presumably high density has more impact on the road because there's more people coming in.
Correct.
But how long is that bit of parcel you've got? Like how does it compare with town density? Like we're just guessing here. Like we're not actually, there's no actual skill in this. This is just silly. Like we need to know how squash up they're going to be or not, or how big this.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
what we said was if council saw value in the hangar home proposal, that it would require a Resource Management Act process, either a plan change or a resource consent, to establish hangar homes on that site because permanent accommodation is not allowed on the airfield. So the development plan is a first step if you wish to head in that direction, and once you start to head in that direction under the Resource Management Act, then you have to turn your mind to the sorts of questions that you're referring to. We don't have all the answers yet, because until you say that hangar homes is something that you definitely want to do, we won't invest in that work, because that work will be extensive.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. So I would go for high density because the Resource Management Act will look at it and say you're not allowed more than 10 homes per 100 metres, or whatever the unit of measurement is, and then it will be attenuated, like we'll reduce the amount of homes. It would seem sensible and then we can have time to consider and look at the size of them or where they're going to be and then reduce them down accordingly. It would be good to start at maximum and then decide. If people are going to live out there, they obviously want a bit of a community.
So you're saying high density?
Yeah, well, when you look at high density and low density and middle density, they're only talking about 2 houses per thing. 20 homes or 14 homes or 10 homes. I mean, I don't even know what that means other than a count. I don't know what that means.
Is the challenge of providing hangar homes and setting up the appropriate leases greater than any benefit we may receive from having hangar homes? Because when we start to look at lease, do you have to have an aeroplane? Yes. What, so you lose your licence and you can't fly anymore? Do you have to sell your hangar home? There's a lot of things to go on here, and I personally think that the effort required to produce hangar homes is insufficient. We get insufficient reward from providing provision for hangar homes. I don't know what anyone else thinks. Councillor Falloon.
To me, the question is a little bit superfluous, because basically aren't we looking at how much area we're going to have made available for hangar homes, and then that will be dictated by various building codes and district plans and that sort of thing. So to me, all we've got to worry about is what area.
Councillor Lovett.
We had a few people commenting on the views will be impaired by too many. You want to be at the airport and be able to see those mountains, and they don't want too many along there, and I don't think we should go high density. We need, you know, whether there's a couple are together and you've got a block of empty land between that and the next couple, and I would only go to, for myself, I think 14 hangar homes along that would be probably just quite nice. If you have too many, it's just like a row of houses, and we don't want that. It is an airport, and you know, I think we've got the support to have it, but let's just go either medium or, you know, 10 or 14, and that somewhere in that range. And I don't think they're going to sell straight away anyway. It's a long-term vision, a long-term view, and
so you're saying low to medium density?
Low to medium density. Leave it to the officers what they think.
Mayor Brown? Oh no, sorry. Yes, Mayor Brown.
I think we leave it to the resource consent process or the district plan change process to determine how many is going to go there.
Thank you. Any other questions, queries? Staff get an idea of what we're thinking? Because I've got no idea. We'll move on now to gosh, we're getting through now. Missed a couple of pages. Heavens above. Don't tell me we've got nearly to the end. Sorry?
Page 30 is the other comments.
Any other comments or criticisms, questions? No?
Page 30.
Sorry?
Page 30.
Oh, right, sorry. Okay, sorry, yep. I stand to be corrected, which is not uncommon. My wife tells me I'm often wrong, but I'm never in doubt. Okay, other comments and feedback, page 30. Any, Councillor McMillan?
Thank you. Just that comment there about the CDEM operational hub. Is the airport deemed as a place, I don't know, Jane or someone, for any sort of civil defence, emergency management stuff? I mean, they're just saying that if there's the AFA, etc., is it stated anywhere that it is?
Richard might know the answer to that.
I spoke with Jim about, we had a couple of submitters who drew attention to the value of the airport, and in particular the submitter known as Anonymous 6 saw the potential to establish some kind of civil defence building there. Jim Henderson's view is that there's no doubt that having an airport in the district, if you had a major earthquake event that took out bridges, the ability to fly people and resources into the airport, absolutely critical. He didn't see that necessarily followed, though, that we had to build any particular civil defence facility at the airport.
Yep. Good, thank you.
Councillor Lovett.
Just one submitter was talking about the Kitty Hawk hangar. They wanted the ability to move aircraft in and out and around. Where does it sit on that map we've got up there on the place?
The museum outside the museum.
Is it right outside the museum? Because they are rebuilding that, aren't they? Trying to. Yeah.
Any other comments? Yeah, Richard, if you would be so good.
Matt. Apologies for those on this side of the room. It's basically here.
Here.
Well, it's always been this way. Yes.
It hasn't moved since 1942. Right, page 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, for a 30-year plan, we're going to have to think about power points for cars or aeroplanes. I mean, there's electrical aeroplanes around already, and I think that possibly we may need, we saw what happened with the PCG building, to charge things. It takes a pretty heavy cable. Does anybody know, is the electricity to the airport at the moment, is it pretty heavy duty or?
Yeah. Somebody can, I'll just take note of that. But
Through the chair, I did have some initial costings done around 50k per charging outlet. So there's, more than half the airport budget in one charging station.
Sure, right. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, submitter talked about no fibre going in with the water pipe. I don't think he put them in, but is there fibre going past down the road out there at the moment?
Mr. Chair, when we did the water installation, we approached Chorus at that time and asked them if they would put a cable in when the water line was run, and they wouldn't. They weren't willing to do that.
Councillor Lovett.
Just reading a submitter about the runways 34 and 2 should be changed to the right-hand circuits. Who's in control of that? Is it council or the Aero Club, or who makes these decisions, changing directions of planes and things?
So, you.
Through the chair, I had a good conversation with Joe Brown about that very question, and his response was that it would be likely that a full aeronautical study would be required before there was any change made to any circuit directions.
Okay.
Thank you. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Page 39. The toilets with the new building there, are they open to the public too? The Aero Club club rooms.
There's an airside public toilet there, but there's no public toilets on the side away from the Aero Club. Only for east side users.
Do you understand the answer, Councillor Wilson? No. There's a toilet for airside visitors, those who come in via air, but there's no public toilets around the airport anywhere.
None at the museum at all either.
General public, that would be for the users of the airport museum.
There are toilets at the museum if you're a visitor to the museum, but other than that, they're not general public toilets.
There are additional toilets over by the Speedway, but...
Mayor Brown. Sorry, Colin, what was that?
There are some toilets over by the Speedway, but I'm unsure whether or not they're open during the, when the Speedway not operating.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Are there not toilets in the new information centre that went out there, open for public?
No, they're only the airside.
Oh, airside, sorry. Right. Okay. The question submitted, Ashton, talked about restrictions on the hours of operation, more probably night flying. So what restrictions are there on night flying out there now?
Through the chair, there is an informal agreement, primarily with the Mid-Canterbury Aero Club, that they promulgate that throughout the aviation community, that most flying is to be complete by 10 p.m. And that is an informal arrangement. However, any aircraft for safety reasons can land at the airport at any time. Simply a matter of, in order to turn on the runway lights, hitting the presser switch on 1191 frequency 3 times, and that will turn the lights on for anyone wishing to land at night.
So you can operate 24 hours a day there if you wanted. Yep.
Yes.
And who would restrict that? Is it council as the landowner, or is it a CAA thing, or who controls it?
Well, an uncontrolled airport.
No one.
People can land there at any time.
Okay.
Councillor Falloon.
Just in response to the Mayor, I think where Jed was coming from is that's when he, in his initial submission, agreed to the nights, the flying school going in, and therefore he wanted restrictions on how late they could go at night. He's now withdrawn that submission.
Page 40. Page 41. 42. 43. Councillor Mackay.
Are we going to put in a 30-year plan to tar seal the runway?
I beg your pardon?
Are we going to put in, I'm referring to Walton Jason 224, submitter wants a tar sealed runway. My question is, are we going to put in a tar sealed runway in the next 30 years?
I do not know, and I guess you probably don't know, but at a cost of something like $5 million, I would doubt it, unless anyone wants to consider it. Who do you want to answer the question, Councillor Mackay? Nobody can answer the question.
Oh, well, I'll have a crack, if I may.
Yeah, by all means.
I suggest that if the traffic warrants it, we look at it.
I think that probably would be the normal course of events anyway.
So you don't want that in the plan? Okay, thank you.
No, you put it in the plan if you want to. I'm not telling you can't do it. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. What happens if land comes available next door, the Sim farm? Will we have it in our 30-year plan that we would look at the option naturally or not? It would be a multi-million-dollar. We tried to get designation and missed out, 10 years ago. Should it be in the plan that, change?
Just through you, Mr. Chair, as you correctly pointed out, Councillor Wilson, the council has endeavoured to extend that designation once before, which I think was probably about 8 years ago.
It's longer than that.
Oh, we were here. Yeah, anyway. Sorry, we're trying to remember whether we worked here or not at the time, but I think we might have been just here. But that was declined by the Commissioner, and it's very tough to do. It's not to say that you couldn't have another go, but the other thing that will be coming out shortly that could make that more difficult is the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. I don't know whether that is highly productive land, but I'm sure the farmers around the table would know. So there's nothing to stop you flagging it, but I suppose what I'm just saying is it could be a pretty tough thing to achieve.
Should we indicate then in the plan that if adjacent land came available, we should make every attempt to purchase it? Should something like that be in the plan? Is that a sensible possibility? Yeah. Councillor Lovett?
I would totally agree with that. We're looking at a 30-year plan, and if it's not in there, we can't really go ahead and do it. And it's the same with the selling of the runways. I think that needs to be in the plan, that if you have something in there, you got the permission really to go ahead and sort of look at it and deal with it. But if it's not in the plan, you really got to go back to consultation, do we, to say we're going to do that, wanting to do this. Isn't it easier to have it in there even if it doesn't get activated?
Oh yeah, 30 years is a long time. I don't think anyone would ever imagine that you could develop a plan for 30 years that was dead right in every detail. It's to be a guide, a general direction of travel over the next few decades. But a comment to the effect that should land become available adjacent to the airport, the council commits to seriously looking at purchasing it, would be an eminently sensible, and we probably would anyway, whether it was permitted in the plan or not, just as a something sensible to explore. Yeah.
Richard.
I was going to comment that it may not have been in the actual draft development plan, but I thought we had some words in the consultation document that indicated that while council didn't foresee within the term of the plan that we would necessarily have the demand to generate buying additional land, that it was not something that we could ever rule out entirely. And certainly if those words aren't in the draft development plan, they should be in the final. We have spoken with both of the adjoining landowners. Neither have got any immediate desire to part with their land, but I think if the right opportunity came along or the right time in the future, the conversations could be more fruitful. But you probably would want more reason to buy that land than just to provide extra land at the airport. You'd probably want to think about the use of that whole swathe of land between the airport and the industrial estate in your thinking.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, well, if you wanted to purchase more land and add on to the size of the airport, why would you do it? Probably because you want to make the runways longer. And why would they be longer? Because you want bigger planes going in there, and that will open another can of worms because the bigger the plane, the noisier it is, and it's right beside Ashburton. May be acceptable, it may not, but yeah, why would you purchase the land? And bigger planes would be the reason I would think of.
Probably electric planes.
Councillor Cameron.
Just a question. Does parachuting outfit need a resource consent to go there, to do parachuting at the airport? Through the chair.
Through the chair, if I may. The answer to that is the district plan is pretty wide ranging, and it effectively allows all aviation related activities, with very few exceptions to occur. So skydiving would be part of that. It might even explicitly talk about skydiving, but it is permitted.
It is permitted. I'm just talking to Lisa earlier. If a parachuter, a skydiver.
Could we use the microphone if you'd be so good?
Beg your pardon. If a skydiver is going on an aeroplane up and then jumping out, and the usage of the airport over 10, 15, 20 years is going up and up and up, is that not creating an extra safety risk if they're landing on the airport? Would not the opportunity to buy land adjacent to the airport and the skydiver jumped into the paddock as opposed to into the airport be a mitigating safety factor?
Well, personally, I think it's a sensible argument, but it's something we would look at when the opportunity came.
Well, that's right. But are we monitoring the number of jumps over our airport annually?
There's no answer to that.
Well, that seems a reasonable thing to me. Like, what is the safe number of jumps with the safe number of
Remembering that everything in the air is under the control of the Civil Aviation Authority, not this council.
yeah, but
What's your question, Councillor Cameron?
my question is, I think we need to give some consideration to that.
And if you're not happy with it, what are you going to do? Because it's under the control
Well,
of
this is
civil
a
aviation.
democracy. I'd put my hand up at the appropriate time, and if I was unsuccessful, I'd put my hand down again. But at the moment, I think it needs some consideration. Like, if we have 500 jumps a day, well, that's not going to be useful for safe use of the airport, is it? If they're trying to take their airplanes up and down. I think it's a eminently sensible suggestion by me.
Through Mr. Chair, so with respect to the skydiving, so they would have a licence to occupy or a lease for our building. Then there's also a memorandum of understanding for them to allow the use of the airfield itself. Then they also have to have a memorandum of understanding with the CAA to operate. So with two of those, we would know what they're doing and we won't have control over the CAA, but I imagine that we will be talking to them when we do monitor how much they are using.
Okay, so through the chair, you monitor that the activity out there with the skydiving.
Well, it hasn't commenced yet.
No, I understand that, but you will then. Yeah.
Thank you. Page 44, I think we're up to, were we? Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page 50. Page 51. Page 52. Page 53. Page 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64.
Bingo.
Richard, do you have anything?
Doesn't have his presentation.
Yeah, right. Proceed. If you, I'm conscious of the time.
I'm going to rip through this pretty fast, and I'm going to stop in places and ask for your feedback. So people told us they had concerns about the New Zealand Air Academy, in particular safety. They had some safety concerns about skydiving. They had concerns about where the commercial hangars might be sited. They had concerns about where hangar homes might be sited. There were also concerns about noise impacts on the neighbourhood, concerns about impact of extra aircraft on the grass runways. There were some submissions about infrastructure investment issues, especially wastewater, and it was evident to me that our goals missed something very important, which was safety, which we've already discussed. Was there anything else that, and I did circulate a piece of paper, and in fact I circulated several, but the one I'm thinking of is this one. And at the top it says Ashburton Airport Development Plan Summary of Major Issues.
Yep.
And on the back it's got other issues. And we're going to work through those in a reasonably brisk way. But my question to you is, have we missed anything else that you want to talk about? Mr. Chairman, I believe silence is golden.
Absolutely.
I did want to talk to this slide.
Oh, sorry, Richard, just a moment. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the in this 30-year plan, are we going to consider putting water reticulation and sewerage reticulation in before we allow hanger homes or homes to be built? Are we going to tag it in any way like that?
Can someone advise me?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have had a conversation around wastewater infrastructure, and I know that Mr. McCann may have some things to add, but to be honest, the question of providing reticulated wastewater is a much bigger issue than just whether we have hanger homes at Ashburton Airport. It's about where you want to see residential development grow in Ashburton, in the Ashburton district and around Ashburton Township. It's a question of looking at a variety of sites around the perimeter of Ashburton. It's about looking at natural hazards. It's about looking at demand. It's a big district planning type issue. I don't think you should be making those decisions when you adopt an airport development plan. You might want to note in your development plan that when council is considering future investment in water and wastewater infrastructure, that it look at those decisions with the development of the airport as a factor for their consideration. But I don't think this particular tail should wag that particular dog.
Okay.
It's my view as an advisor. Happy to be corrected by more senior officers.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for Mr. McCann.
Through the chair, I can just confirm that this current financial year we are doing investigations and costings to provide wastewater reticulation in that whole area, northeast, which will be presented to council with costs and future options. And drinking water and wastewater, yes.
So this area will be included in that investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. I raised the issue, Mr. Chair, quite simply. 30 years ago, a council suggested there could be some small blocks out in the northeast corner, and look at the problems we've got today. We had them 10 years ago. I was hung, drawn and quartered 15 years ago by the people out there. So I'm just thinking maybe this time we should be ahead of the game.
Thank you.
Why I raised that.
Yeah.
But if everyone's happy to let it go, well.
Yeah. Richard, please continue.
In my master plan for this meeting, which funnily enough did not come to fruition, my master plans have a habit of being really good inside my head and afterwards they're not so flash. I was going to talk to you about taking a long view, thinking out 10, 20, 30 years. What's going to be important in future? Trying to shut out the immediate noise. The immediate noise is pretty deafening today. You heard a lot of concerns from a lot of people who are very genuine about how they feel. But I was going to try and encourage you to think about the trade-offs and the choices, to think about what might be a coherent picture and what can the community unite behind. I was going to do a bit of a thought experiment with you, and I'm not going to do it because time is not on our side. And why won't... So I'm going to leap straight into the decisions. And I was going to tell you that there were really two questions today, that one was off limits and one was relevant to our deliberations. And the first question is, can a flight school be part of a future airport? And the second question was about a lease to the New Zealand Air Academy. You've dealt with that matter. You've made a decision. I was going to suggest that you could also note, for the purposes of that latter decision, to refer all submissions regarding a lease to NZ Air Academy for consideration when deciding on the lease. The folk that have made submissions, unless you choose to do some formal consultation around that lease decision, this is the only opportunity to have a say. So leave it with you whether you want to take up the invitation to resolve something along the lines of the red print on the slide. In your hands, Mr. Chairman.
I think we've decided that.
You've decided that council will consider the lease. I'm just saying, are you taking it as read that the material you've heard today will form part of your considerations?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. In terms of skydiving, there are a number of submitters concerned about skydiving. This decision, as you know, has already been made. Council has approved a lease after consultation with the Airport Users Group, and that was formally resolved. There is at the back of this document an AIP, which is that little map in the square box. And I was going to ask Zane just to speak to this in the context of the shifting of the skydiving and the rules.
Through the chair, if I can bring your attention to the eastern side, if you go where the speedway is, come down and to the left, you'll see a little triangle that looks a lot like a parachute. That's the current area shown on the AIP for the parachute landing area, or PLA. Please note that that will be moving into the area a long way to the west, in the middle of the 06 and 02 runway, that big open area there. That is where the parachute landing area is going to be moved to. Oh, sorry, and also the main rule that's applicable for parachute operations under 3, parachute landing area on the aerodrome, pilots must not join overhead during parachute operations. All pilots intending to join overhead must ensure that it is safe to do so. Any pilot who's not from Ashburton, who's intending to land at the Ashburton airport, should, as part of their normal flight planning, read this AIP, so they would be aware that parachute operations can be undertaken at any time. So they would caution them to ensure that they're listening to their radio for any parachute operator that's on the radio, warning them of the status of their flight, whether they're about to drop parachutists, whether there are parachutists in the air, and when parachutists are all on the ground.
Thank you, Zane. Carry on.
Were there any questions on skydiving? Otherwise, I'll move to commercial hangars.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 3 is one of these ones with black with 3 in it. Is that right? The landing area, sorry, the landing area. What's the landing area there, is it?
No, I can't.
The landing area for this?
Yes, where you're pointing to, a little bit closer to the road. Yes. Correct, yes.
Have we got a map we can throw up?
Not easily. Oh, actually, okay.
Right, okay. Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Do the officers believe it's the safest option?
No.
Just before you answer that, Zane, can we just clarify for everyone in the room what part of the aerodrome we're talking about?
Yeah. You want to do it with the cursor, or do you want me to go up there?
No, I'll use the cursor if I can see it.
You're lovely assistant.
It's right there.
So currently the area is here.
That's the current one.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's coming into.
Oh, I can't see here.
Whereabouts?
Yep. Where that cursor is. Yeah.
the commercial hangar area, there's no one there. At the moment though, it's a lot less congested in terms of buildings and so on than
Thank you, gentlemen. Councillor Mackay.
Do the officers believe that that is the safest area for landing parachutists?
Through the chair, obviously you can see some rather large open areas on the airport that are potentially larger than the area that's currently being proposed to be used, but it's reasonably in good proximity to the skydiving hangar, which is the primary reason why it's there.
Supplementary.
Councillor Mackay. Yeah.
Do the officers believe that there is no other area? Sorry. Do the officers believe there could be another area which could be safer than that site?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and with the greatest respect to Councillor Mackay, I don't believe the officers have turned their minds to an alternative, safer location for skydiving. I have a personal opinion, because when I did my skydiving during what my sister lovingly calls my death wish phase, I did it at Rotorua, and the drop zone was about 2 kilometres away from the airport.
Yeah.
I understand my colleague, Mrs. Durham, did her skydiving at Wanaka, where they landed on the airport. And I'm not an expert in skydiving safety.
Mr. Chair, why I'm asking the question is I'm actually testing what is now one of the 5 principles that we added was safety, and that's what I'm testing. And I think I may have gone far enough in using my example that the officers will think long and hard before recommending or agreeing to anything, because I can't get a clear answer as a governor what their thinking is. So I would have to wait and see how they operate. But I think I've just tested them a wee bit.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Richard.
As you know, we had 61% support for providing commercial hangars and about 50% support for the location. Commercial hangars and commercial activity at the airport is important if we're going to make progress to reducing the rates imposed from the airport on the general on ratepayers. There are alternative locations where you could put the commercial hangars. You could put them on Murdoch's Road, where the hangar homes were proposed to be. You could put them at Murdoch's Milton Road corner, where the recreational hangar precinct is proposed to be. You could also look at options around the relocation of runway 1129. I think it's important wherever we put the commercial hangar area that we do state that we are that the commercial precinct is primarily for commercial aviation, just as the recreational precinct is primarily for recreational. There may come, for example, if you have the commercial precinct on Seafield Road, there might be a noisy commercial type activity which would be much better suited to being on the far side of the airport. So I think we need to write up these commercial or recreational areas as not exclusively commercial or exclusively recreational, to allow us the flexibility to make the best use of the whole site. If you were of a mind to want to look at alternative locations, and particularly if you wanted to do that in association with looking at the potential relocation of runway 1129, I think your best course of action would be to go out and consult again on a specific proposal or proposals. If you're happy to leave things where they are, I think you could decide that before the election.
I'd actually like to see the commercial hangars taken completely away from Seafield Road. To me, Seafield Road is not the place to have commercial hangars. Basically, it takes, well, certainly when planes come into land that I want to look at, that's my main viewing site, because you don't necessarily want to see planes flying, you want to actually see them take off just to make sure they do, and when they land, that they land safely. So to me, you're taking away spectators, you're also ruining the view of the people who live on the other side of Seafield Road, and to me, I mean, the one that's there now looks ugly enough. If you put a whole lot more there, it's going to be a hell of a lot more ugly. So to me, it can go round onto Murdoch's Road or one of the other roads round there, wherever the residential hangars don't go. To me, it's one goes there, then the other one goes there.
Thank you. Any other comment before we move on? Councillor?
I was just going to say, a lot of people actually go out there in the weekends and sit there and watch all the planes come in and go, and I'd hate to block their views because it is enjoyment for a lot of people, and I think we've got to put that into...
Do they actually stop on Seafield Road?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Yeah, and we've...
You don't get out very often.
There's no answer to that.
I'm thinking, what's the primary purpose? It's an airport for planes to land and take off. But viewing is the
Mayor
side
Brown, carry on.
purpose. And leave it where it is.
Yep. Thank you. Richard?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is one of those questions that I'd like you to make some kind of a decision on. Do you want to leave the commercial hangars where they're proposed in the draft plan on Seafield Road, or do you want to go through a process to consider alternatives, or do you want to specify an alternative? And I would respectfully suggest if you're going to specify an alternative, you're probably limited to either where the hangar homes are proposed or where the recreational hangars are proposed and swapping them, one or other of them, onto Seafield Road.
We all know where the proposal is for the commercial hangars, so let's have Councillor Cameron.
Like how many and how big? I mean, we're just sort of poking a needle in a map, aren't we? We don't really know what we're talking about here. How much? We've had feedback on the view, we've had feedback on the location, visitors to the airport, access in and out. But how big are these commercial?
Well, there might be 2, there might be 20. We don't know over 30 years.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, but I'm going to move on and ask for a show of hands those who want the commercial hangars to be where it is proposed in the draft plan. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you 5, where do you want them? It's all very, look, I don't want to be, it's getting late in the day, but it's all very well to sit there and put your hand up, so we don't want them there. Where do you want them?
I will say where. Give us the option swapping with the other hangars. Not the housing. That should be at Morris Road as far as I'm concerned. But it could near, is it the corner?
Map.
You understand, Richard, what it was?
Mr. Chief Executive. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Brown. You can finish.
If you can show that. Yeah, basically with the recreational one, if you want to. I think it still should Seafield for a start, but if it has to be changed, change it with the Milton Road corner. So that's the reason I was voting for it.
So you're saying put the commercial ones with the recreational?
If needed. Give the options.
So, Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question? Because a little confused. If the desire is to have Seafield Road clear of any hangars, so the view and the watches is preserved, and we've got 3 hangar precincts proposed, which have received general support in their concept, where do the 3 go? So we've got the hangar homes, we've got the commercial, we've got the new recreational hangars. We know there's a runway running down Murdoch Street. Where are we putting these if Seafield Road no longer has any hangars?
That's the question I asked.
Because we can swap one with the other, but now we've got no home for the other.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. I changed my refund.
Would you like another vote?
Yes.
I think the answer to the Chief Executive's question is if you want Seafield Road clear, then to have a place for hangar homes, a place for recreational hangars, and a place for commercial hangars, then you're looking at relocating runway 1129, and you're looking at an alternative consultative process to work through that.
Just an aside to that, we have recently put power and water into where that little wee blue box there is on Seafield Road.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Councillor Rawlinson.
Yeah, I don't agree with blocking in Seafield Road. If you had the request to block it solidly with commercial, I think there's ways you could do it by having it more attractive, perhaps height regulations and gaps between where people can pull up on the Sunday afternoon and see the airport through some wide gaps. But I think you've got a lot of room out there, and I still keep going back to Murdoch's Road. I think, and that runway you referred to, Richard, about perhaps relocating it, is it that one across Murdoch's Road extension? Yeah. I think there's a lot of space there. That is it landed on much, or is it more of a taxiing runway?
Runway 1129 is probably the least used runway on the airport. However, of course, if we do build along that area, runway 1129, it would exclude us from relocating any runways and any expansion of the airport further to the north.
Thank you, because I still think that area is the logical place to put commercial buildings and possibly hangar homes, even though it might take a bit more time and thinking, but it keeps them away from that other side of the airport.
Councillor Lovett.
I don't mind having 1 or 2 hangars on Seafield Road, and I think the recreational ones would be better there. But how much land is up in that corner that we could put a lot of hangars up there, just in that blue area? How much more land does the council own up there that we could put more commercial and that up there? Is there room up there to, if you had them nicely along the boundaries?
Through the chair.
Oh, sorry.
The blue area is approximately 2 hectares.
Not a big area.
That's 5 acres and old money, Councillor Lovett.
It's my front paddock actually in the house. I'm just yeah. We might have to buy more land.
So, Stuart, sorry.
I can't understand, if you want to see aeroplanes, you go around the corner of Seafield Road. That's a lot closer. Why would you have to park away up there? You got oodles of area.
I think. Sorry to interrupt, but I think we're getting bogged down here in what we think other people should and should not do. The question has been asked by the officer: are we happy for the commercial hangars to be located as the draft plan? Now, that vote was lost. I've been asked for another vote. Councillor Brahm.
Yes, and I will vote against it. I go back to Seafield Road.
Seafield Road.
So can we do another vote?
Right, hands up those who are in favour of the commercial hangars being on Seafield Road as per the draft plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I sort of give some comfort to the, I mean, that's obviously a close debate or a close vote. Can we give some comfort to those who, I think it was Diane's comment around the style of permitted density of the hangars on Seafair Road. So if Seafair Road is the only logical place for them, which is kind of what we're saying, then we also acknowledge that that has some aesthetic value to people who treasure the airport. Therefore, we shouldn't have a great big block of buildings there. We should be at least acknowledging that they need to have some sort of standard of construction or space or density that tries to find a sweet spot between those two competing perspectives.
Thank you. Councillor Brahm, you've still got your light on.
I just like living in
Yeah, I know. Richard, back to you.
Now we turn to the question of hangar homes. There's two questions. One, do you want, as a consequence of your deliberations on the draft development plan, to have a development plan that shows an area set aside for hangar homes? It's a yes or a no question. And after we get the answer, then we'll know whether there's more work to do or not in the next term of council. And the second question only comes up if you answer yes, which also relates to the question of alternative locations, which with your decision just made on commercial hangars, you're starting to have fewer options. So I think it's the yes-no question first, and then are you happy with them on Morris Road, considering we've still got to work through all of the RMA stuff?
Morris Road.
Are there any no's in the room on the subject of hangar homes?
So the question is, are we happy to make provision for hangar homes? And if we do, the suggested area is along Morris Road.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against? Carried.
The noise has been raised. We indicated in the draft plan that officers will do some work looking at noise contours, noise provisions in the district plan. We're not requiring a decision on that, but we'll probably note accordingly within the document that there is work to be looked at. Runways, we've heard a lot about runways today. I know Councillor Mackay earlier understood that he's got money in the long-term plan now for tar-sealed runways.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. No, I never said long-term plan. I said because this is a 30-year plan.
Yeah. John, could you put your light off so Angus can... Oh, and Carolyn, Councillor Mackay.
My point of order is that I never said long-term plan. I said because this is a long-term 30-year plan, put a sealed runway in if required, subject to numbers.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. You are correct in what you say, but I don't think you quite perceived the manner in which the officer made the comment. Councillor Falloon.
Could the officer please make the comment again, because I understood he talked about long-term plan. The long-term plan is a long-term financial plan. This is a long-term airport plan, and that's why I suggested a runway, not for a long-term plan,
Yeah.
5-year plan.
If you want a ruling on it,
yes,
you're quite correct in what you say, Councillor Mackay, but I get the impression that the officer was slightly tongue-in-cheek when he made the comment, and I felt that you should have been able to accept it in that manner. So we're going to move on with Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to my knowledge, what is a noise contour? I know what a land contour is, but what's a noise contour and how is it gained and how does it work?
Well, you see, if I speak to you without my microphone, the contours about love it. If I use the microphone, Angus can hear me. Sorry. Cameron, Councillor Cameron.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Ian, I couldn't see you.
Just very quickly, through the chair, noise contours are designed to show effectively what the reasonable noise that can be generated from an activity is. Commonly they're put around the activities such as airports. In the case of the Ashburton airport, Richard, if you'd be able to go to, I don't know where it is on the slideshow, but the current noise levels that we've got, is that the current one? Yeah. So the current one, this was done, I believe, in the by the acoustic consultant that the council, the staff commissioned quite recently to deal with what the current noise levels from the airport actually are today. The red, I believe, from my recollection, is 65 decibels, and the green is 55 decibels limit. So that basically gives an indication both for the airport operator and also people that are living in that area what noise could reasonably be expected from an activity occurring. Currently in our district plan, we don't have any rules associated with the noise contours that there are in the district plan at the moment, but depending on what the council determines through this process, we will then subsequently review our district plan to see whether or not we need to revisit the current rules in the plan or and make any changes through any subsequent district plan process.
Councillor Cameron.
We had some frustration today demonstrated by one submitter, and there's other people referring to the noise in the submissions as well. And the noise in the air, we cannot control. It's a noise on the ground. But can we give consideration to the noise in the sky? Because obviously, if we want to develop out there and people want to live out there and enjoying their environment, I think we should consider that as well.
Jane, can you...
Just the way the noise contours work, if you wanted to go down that path in the noisiest bits, you would prohibit any building. And if there were existing houses that wanted to have an addition, they'd have to be fully soundproofed at the homeowner's expense. Very much so.
Thank you. Richard.
So we didn't require a decision today on runways. I think it will be worth noting somewhere in the draft development plan that given the nature of grass runways, as development becomes more intense, our approach to managing them is going to need to become more proactive. But beyond that, I don't think there's anything we can add. In terms of infrastructure, we've talked about this. Wastewater is the biggest challenge, but it's really part of a bigger district plan related decision on urban growth. And you heard earlier from Mr. McCann that there's some work being done which will come to you through the budget. So no decision required on that in terms of the development plan. I did have a slide suggesting that safety be written into the airport goals. In terms of the other decisions, I think you've effectively made the recreational hangar decision by agreeing that you want the hangar homes on Morris Road and Seafield Road for commercial hangars. The submissions that you've heard have been fully supportive of the museum expansion proposal that's contained within the draft plan. In terms of RNAV, that is a decision for another day. We had an airport users group meeting about a week ago, and their request was that council park any decision on RNAV until such time as it had completed work on the development plan and had made a decision in regard to the flight school proposal. Officers fully support that this be parked and dealt with after those other two matters. There was a submission about right-hand circuits. Zane answered earlier that he's had a discussion with Joe Brown, the chief flight instructor. If council was of a mind to want to pursue that further, then it would start with a discussion with airport users. From there it would end up being a discussion with CAA. From there it may end up requiring an aeronautical study. So if you want to do anything to pick that up, now's a good time to ask us to do that.
Anybody got any comment on right-hand circuits and amenities? And
I just had a question.
Yeah.
When I read it, given that it was Keith Pickford, and he's part of the Canterbury Aero Club, am I right? He must have had I'm presuming he had a good reason for putting it in there. And as I read it last night, I thought, what was the background to it? So that we understand why it came in as a question.
Through the chair, the purpose in changing some runways to right-hand circuits is in order to get less aircraft flying over housing.
No. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron?
So does that mean fewer aircraft in general landing and no? It just means a different circuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
The last point on this slide related to new services or amenities. So people talked about public toilets, they talked about campsites and other things. I actually had some comments I was given from Greg Donaldson, and he was one who over the phone spoke to me about supporting a site for camping. He actually saw it as potentially, he was thinking of the sort of northeast corner near the Speedway. He saw that it could be attractive for people who want to come and spend the day watching air shows, whatever, and provide a source of revenue at reasonable reward at low risk and low cost. My thought on any of the proposals for new services or amenities is there are some things you'd like us to look at, identify them, and we'll bring them back to you through the annual plan process.
Yeah.
Councillor Lovett?
We lost the playground out there, and I have been asked by a few people that go out there because the kids played on there while parents will sit there and play, watch the planes or whatever. Maybe we look at that, putting that back in the future in public toilets. And like if it was a overnight stop for a camp overnight over by the Speedway, I think it's a good idea going in the future, because we've got, you know, a lot of these people come down for a weekend and with their trailers and cars and stuff, and I think we've got to make it attractive for people to come.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard, can we put us things in later on, 5 years from now? Like, for example, motorhomes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, then I'll leave it like it is.
Last slide, as far as I'm concerned anyway, would be a wrap-up resolution directing officers to amend the draft in line with the resolutions, you might want to say resolutions and discussions of this meeting, and present the plan for formal adoption on the 5th of October.
Councillor Cameron?
I think given that we've got a lot of question marks and a lot of investigations, isn't that a little bit fast?
What we're asking you to do is tell us to go away and tidy up the plan based on what you've decided today, bring it to you on the 5th of October. If on the 5th of October you don't want to adopt it, you want to kick it for touch, I mean, that's entirely a matter at your discretion. but I've been working towards getting this thing done. So.
All happy with that? Any comment? Any questions?
Only thing is, if you don't do it on the 5th of October, you'll have to go back over a lot of this ground again, because we've seen new councils ask a whole lot of questions that we've asked and had answered.
Is that our last meeting as the old fellas? Is that the story? Okay.
The election's on the 8th of October.
Oh, right.
So any meeting after the 5th will involve the new council.
Yeah, and Councillor Wilson is entirely right. You've heard the submitters, you're the best people to make the decision based on what you've heard.
It would be unfair to expect the new council to make the decisions because they've not heard the submissions, they've not asked the questions. So, yeah. Anything further?
There might only be 4 old councillors on the
Thank you very much and see you next time. I like that sentiment, Richard. I hope we do. Hey, look, thank you to the submitters still sitting at the back of the room. Thank you, staff, for all your efforts and your time. I was very conscious of the fact that it was getting away. Thank you for hanging around. And thank you for councillors for your input. And I wish you good night.